Chapter 1466 The Planet Destroyer MP. Perhaps dying isn't such a bad option so long as that treacherous bitch gets to join in, Thalos spat out, his disdain for Kari's evident in his sneer. Gustav's response was measured, his tone icy as he leaned in closer. Don't test my patience, Thalos. Release Kari's, so she can deactivate the Ryan. I've been awfully understanding and nice these days. You don't want to see the other side. Thalos, clenching his fists, shot back, and why would I do that? If I'm going down, I want the Ryan in the end. Without that, there's no deal. Gustav's expression darkened. Listen carefully. With the little time we have left, I can make your life a living hell. I can save you from the destruction only to dedicate the rest of your days to torturing you until you beg for death as a relief, and I will not grant it. The threat hung heavy in the air, Gustav's words echoing with a chilling promise. Thalos, looking into Gustav's relentless eyes, felt a shiver run down his spine. There was no bluff in Gustav's gaze, only the cold certainty of his intentions. Was he powerful enough to handle it? Recalling all he had witnessed these last couple of days, he doubted it. Initially he thought Gustav and the others were just ordinary people that had saved him, but he knew very well now that they were far from being ordinary, especially after finding out about Gustav's identity. After a tense moment, Thalos swallowed hard, his earlier bravado crumbling under the weight of Gustav's resolve. All right, I'll do it. Just. Spare me. Gustav nodded curtly, signaling to an operative who handed Thalos a small, reflective surface, a portal device. With a resigned sigh, Thalos took the device, his hands slightly trembling as he summoned Kari's from the dimensional void she was trapped in. The air shimmered as Kari's was pulled through the reflective portal, her form solidifying in the real world. She looked around, disoriented for a moment before her gaze hardened upon seeing Thalos and Gustav. The urgency of the situation brought them to the site where the Ryan was embedded, its glow pulsating ominously. The operatives, along with Vlade Zenith, stood back as Gustav led Kari's to the crystalline structure. Kari's, you're the only one who can deactivate this, Gustav stated. Kari's, her expression unreadable, surveyed the Ryan. The burden of her decision weighed visibly on her shoulders. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. No. The single word fell like a hammer. Gustav's brow furrowed, his patience fraying. Why won't you deactivate the Ryan? You really want innocent folks, children, to lose their lives just like how your baby lost its? Karis' eyes met Gustav's as a flurry of emotions flickered through. That is not it. I am trying to save them and the potential many others that may fall into such a disastrous situation. When the Nereus sector is no more, so will their suffering. This will only bring salvation. Thalos interjected, anger lacing his tone. You'd risk everything for your ideals? You're as mad as they say. Kari's turned to face Thalos, her gaze steely. And you'd sell us all out for a chance at power. We're different, Thalos. I'm trying to save lives as opposed to your selfish ass. Gustav stepped between them. No, you're trying to take them. There can be other better ways of saving them. Do you really believe this is the only path? Kari's sighed, the weight of the world seeming to press down upon her. There is no other way. The Nereus sector is full of rotten criminals. Their death will make the universe a better place. Other innocents won't fall into their hand once the charge goes off. Zenith, who had been silent, now spoke up. If I had known of our baby, I would have done better. As much rotten as I am, I don't believe those kids should suffer the same fate as the ones you wish to punish. You are not giving them the chance to be saved or live a potential life different from how you did. What if there is hope for them and you end up snuffing it out with this? The question hung in the air, unanswered as Kari's pondered the gravity of her next actions. Gustav knew that persuading her would take more than threats or pleas. It would require understanding and perhaps aligning with her deeper motivations. You want the kingpins and crime lords gone, right? Gustav broke the silence, his voice steady, eyes locked on Karis' conflicted gaze. Kari's, taken aback by the simplicity of the question, responded with a hint of frustration. Of course, that's why we're here. This, she gestured to the glowing Ryan, is the only way to cleanse the sector once and for all. Gustav shook his head slightly, a thoughtful look crossing his features. It's not the only way. There are other paths, ones that don't involve taking innocent lives. Karis' eyes narrowed, skepticism written across her face. And what would you know of it? I can help you achieve that. I have the power, Gustav stated. Phut. You. What can you do? Where does such unruly confidence come from? Karis nearly bursted out in laughter as deeds of the powerful crime lords appeared in her mind. It's because I am Gustav Crimson, the planet destroyer, as the Alliance calls me, Gustav revealed, his title hanging heavy in the air. He didn't elaborate on his past deeds, but the weight of his reputation was evident. Karis stepped back, her shock apparent. You're him, she murmured, piecing together rumors and stories she'd heard of the infamous fugitive. Yes, Gustav affirmed, you have no doubt heard of some of my feats. Does any of your crime lords compare? Karis didn't need to answer because the look on her face already did. You're just as bad or even worse. Why would I deactivate the Ryan after your revelation? Karis inquired with a frightened look. Karis, still processing the revelation, looked from Gustav to the Ryan and back. You're a planet destroyer, yet you speak of saving lives. Gustav's expression softened. I've been called many things, Karis. Not all are true, and not all are unfounded. Aram wanted to step in and speak on behalf of Gustav based on all he had seen so far, but Gustav stopped him. He leaned closer to Karis before responding. Sometimes, you need a monster to get rid of other monsters. Karis' mouth hung open as she couldn't find the words to refute. For some reason Gustav's statement made a lot of sense even though she was supposed to be terrified of such a presence. But I need you to trust me, deactivate the Ryan, and let us handle this without catastrophe. Finally, she nodded, her decision made. I don't know why I'm trusting a planet destroyer, but he'll do it. Turning to the Ryan, Karis approached the crystalline structure. She placed her hands on its surface, her fingers tracing the complex patterns that emitted a soft, blue light. Whispering words of deactivation, she began the process. The glow of the Ryan slowly dimmed, the pulsating energy ebbing away as Karis' chant continued. Around them, the atmosphere shifted, the imminent threat receding with each passing second. As the light of the Ryan faded to a mere flicker and then extinguished, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. The Triton guards, led by Officer Aram, stepped forward. With professionalism and precision, they secured the now inert Ryan, placing it within a specialized containment unit designed to safeguard such powerful mineral. Thank you, Gustav, for your intervention, Officer Aram said, offering a nod of respect to Gustav. Well, take it from here. The Ryan will be kept under maximum security. As they prepared to escort Karis and Thalos away, Karis gave Gustav a long, searching look. I hope you keep to your word, Gustav, she said quietly, a mix of hope and uncertainty in her voice. Gustav nodded in acknowledgement. I will, but too bad you won't be around to see it. In the aftermath of the crisis with the Ryan, Rhea approached Gustav with an inquisitive gaze. So, what's next? He asked. Gustav turned to him with a smirk, his eyes glinting with a fierce resolve that had become all too familiar. It's time for heads to roll, he declared, his tone suggesting a looming storm about to be unleashed. As Aram and the Triton guards organized their exit from the Nereus sector, Gustav quickly laid out his plans. He assigned tasks to each of them, focusing on strategic strikes against the criminal underbelly of the sector in a bid to keep his word to Karis. Eldris and Falco, he said, I need you two to coordinate the extraction of trafficked alien kids. Get them to safety, set up a secure channel for medical and psychological support. No loose ends. Endrick, Rhea. He instructed, start dismantling the slave markets. Free those held against their will, and ensure they have a passage to safe havens. I don't have to say, use force if necessary because it will be, but keep casualties to a minimum. Chapter 1467. The update do not unlock not according to recent data. Another officer shook their head while putting up a bunch of holographic statistics. The meeting seemed to be split between two sides. One side was with General Chell while the other side disagreed with him. Grand Commander Shen, what is your take on this? Commander Xanatus said to middle-aged-looking man with a diamond shard in his forehead. Enough with the bickering. The Grand Commanders will come to a decision on this later. For now, this meeting is adjourned, Grand Commander Shen stated with an authoritative tone. Minutes after the meeting came to an end, General Chell approached Grand Commander Shen. We need to make a move now or we are going to lose Gustav to the Draconettes, he stated. What do you mean by that? Grand Commander Shen inquired with a suspicious expression. They employed a very powerful entity to capture him. Who? Amidst the serenity of space, where stars twinkle like distant lighthouses guiding the wanderers of the cosmos, a spacecraft, its design unconventional with a distinct pentagon shape, could be spotted floating in place. Atop this vessel were two remarkable-looking figures. The first figure, an individual with curly black hair, floats slightly above the vessel. On his forehead, a green glowing dot pulsates with an ethereal light, marking him as someone of significant power and mystique. Around him, an aura of formidable energy emanates, pushing against the very fabric of space, distorting the area around him with an invisible force. His eyes are focused, reflecting a resolve that is both calming and intimidating. Beside him, the second figure, with dirty blonde hair, exudes a different kind of significance. This individual carries a weight in their demeanor, a target of unimaginable value. It is this figure that beckons the extraordinary, drawing forth the presence of divinity. Without warning, space before the spacecraft distorts, a rippling effect that heralds the arrival of the entity with crimson, tree-like hair. It materializes with a silent grace, floating before the vessel, its hair billowing in an unseen cosmic wind. The entity's appearance is mesmerizing, its hair glowing with a deep, rich hue that contrasts starkly against the backdrop of space. The moment of confrontation is electric, charged with an unseen tension that grips the void. Endrick's eyes remained close, almost like he was lost in a trance. Gustav reaches out to touch him, but the energy that emanates from Endrick's figure repels his hand. With the Efeev right before him, Gustav decides to make a last-minute decision. In a bold move, he launches himself into the vacuum of space, propelling away from the spacecraft in the opposite direction. His movement is swift, a desperate bid to draw the crimson-haired being away, sacrificing his safety since he seemed to be headed back for the dead man zone. The faceless one stands in place for a bit, seemingly confounded, but soon, his gaze shifts, locking onto the fleeing figure with an intensity that belies its serene appearance. With a fluid motion, it gives chase, moving through space with an ease that defied physics. Ultimate combination has been activated. Gustav's figure morphed as he wove through asteroids and debris, pushing his limits in a desperate bid to outrun the faceless one even though he knew it was impossible. His aim was to get Efeev as far away from the spacecraft as possible so the others could get out of there, and the only chance he felt he had at achieving this was by heading back to the dead man zone that made it literally impossible for any being of matter to pass through. Fwishuhuish tilde they both transcend unimaginable speed as Efeev closes in on him. Meanwhile, back on the spacecraft, Endrick suddenly opens his eyes. I found the focal point, he voices before blinking. Twui tilde he reappears within the spacecraft, which is already veering forward with Eldris taking charge. Where is Gustav? Endrick inquires with a slightly befuddled look. We need to get out of here now or he won't be safe, Eldris stated before powering up the hyperjump. Endrick's face lit up in realization as the recent events played out in his head. Husarius. Why didn't you tell me? He yelled out. Breaking concentration would have prevented us from finding the focal point, Husarius answered without an ounce of remorse while the spacecraft turned into a line that streaked forward with intensity. On the outside, Gustav closed in on a massive net wriggling with violent throngs of energy. I know what you are planning. I won't let you. The voice of the faceless one thrummed across space as it suddenly accelerated. Fuhusum tilde before Gustav could reach the net, Efeev reached him. Gustav tried to evade but Efeev caught him by the neck and held him in place. Gustav struggled with a look of powerlessness. Now I have you. His voice reached Gustav's hearing once more even though he wasn't speaking. Do you? A smirk suddenly appeared on Gustav's face as he stared at a countdown. 1. A burst of sky-blue light suddenly emanates from his wrist, completely consuming his figure. Gustav vanished in the next moment, causing Ifeev's hand to close in on nothing. No. Although Ifeev was faceless, one could sense frustration in his voice as infuriating energy spread forth from his being. I was trying to get Ifeev off our back. That's the name of the faceless one after us, or specifically after me, Gustav clarified. Ifeev, that's a weird name, Rhea stated bluntly. You should hear the name of the cosmic superior faceless one. Gustav wondered what Rhea would call that if he knew of it. I tried to get him to help us take Ifeev off our case, Gustav added. Any luck with that? Eldris inquired. Nah. He said he can't do that. It isn't the way of the faceless. Whatever that means, Gustav responded. Bummer, Rhea mumbled. He mentioned something else. Gustav paused for a bit with a disturbed expression. He said the reason Ifeev keeps getting to us is because he has a piece of his hair, Gustav revealed. What does his hair have to do with this? Rhea questioned. Cosmic superiority beings are linked, so he uses the cosmic strand to link us and locates us each time, Gustav explained. The looks of bewilderment on both Rhea and Eldris' face were apparent after Gustav revealed this. Is there any way we can get it from him? Eldris asked. Even if we did, we would still have this loop problem. Gustav shook his head softly. Isn't Endrick taking care of that at the moment? Rhea said while looking around. There is no guarantee that he will find it. A plan began formulating in Gustav's head after voicing this out. I haven't. Before Gustav could complete his sentence, space pulsated rhythmically up ahead. They all turned to stare at the northeast direction in horror. Hes here, Eldris stated. Endrick. Gustav yelled and vanished from viewpoint. Fuhum tilde he reappeared atop the spacecraft and reached out to grab Endrick, who was floating while emitting a powerful green glow from his figure. Earth, within a broad space, lay an exemplar of sophistication and high-class design. Its expansive dimensions are accentuated by the minimalist, yet opulent decor, where the interplay of natural light and shadows casts a serene ambience conducive to focused deliberation. The room is encased in panels of dark, rich mahogany, their polished surfaces reflecting the subdued lighting from the elegant, recessed ceiling fixtures, creating an atmosphere of warmth and exclusivity. At the heart of this boardroom lies a grand, elongated table, its surface a flawless expanse of gleaming, jet-black marble. This imposing centerpiece commands respect, its sleek, reflective top mirroring the solemn expressions of those seated around it. Around this table, figures clad in authoritative uniforms convene, their attire a testament to their positions of power within the MBO. Medals and insignias, symbols of achievements and rank, glint under the soft lighting, adding a touch of solemnity and pride to the gathering. What is this talk about sending more of our officers to the Alliance? The officer backing the floor-to-ceiling window on one side offering a breathtaking view of the city skyline, voices in bafflement. It was requested by the Alliance in order to capture the fugitive Gustav Crimson, General Chell answered from the other end. They have enough forces. It is unwise for us to give more, another general voiced his opinion. Other planets agreed, so it would be odd if we decided not to, General Chell responded. Yes, capturing Gustav Crimson should be #1 priority, another officer agreed with General Chell. With all due respect, we have already put a lot of resources into capturing Gustav Crimson. At this point, we are starting to neglect that there are bigger issues to take care of right here on our planet and not out there in the stars, Commander Xanatus, who was also present, stated with a respectful yet assertive tone. We have enough forces to handle whatever is on the ground just as much as what is in the sky, General Chell responded. Chapter 1468 Can I? Do not unlock after a moment that seems both an instant and an eternity in the vast, timeless expanse of space, he extends his left hand toward the black hole. His arm does not tremble, instead, it thrums with an energy that is both terrifying and beautiful in its intensity. Cohelia come forth. From his fingertips, a glow begins to emanate, spreading to engulf his hand in a spectrum of light that defies description. The colors blend and shift, radiating outwards in hues that human eyes have never seen and minds have never imagined. Suddenly, with a purpose that is as deliberate as it is mysterious, a succession of massive, rhombus-shaped lights bursts forth from his arm. These lights, each a different, vibrant color, phases into existence. They move with a synchrony that is both mesmerizing and purposeful, aligning themselves into a formation that is geometrically perfect and stunning in its complexity. As these colossal, multicolored rhombi cascade towards the black hole, space itself seems to warp and shimmer around them. They approach the event horizon, not with the hesitance of matter doomed to be devoured, but with the assurance of entities that command their own fate. In a spectacle that would render the most eloquent of poets speechless, the lights envelop the black hole, their brilliance challenging the darkness that has consumed all light. 10:10 As these colossal, multicolored rhombi cascade towards the black hole, space itself seems to warp and shimmer around them. They approach the event horizon, not with the hesitance of matter doomed to be devoured, but with the assurance of entities that command their own fate. In a spectacle that would render the most eloquent of poets speechless, the lights envelop the black hole, their brilliance challenging the darkness that has consumed all light. With a silent command that resonates through the very essence of reality, Gustav causes the lights to converge, their energy intensifying to a crescendo that outshines galaxies. In a moment of cosmic defiance, Cohelia rears its mouth in full form and swallows the black hole whole, enveloping it in a luminance that rewrites the laws of physics with its sheer will. And then, as suddenly as it began, the display ends. The black hole, that insatiable maw of destruction, vanishes without a trace, leaving behind a void where once stood a titan of the cosmos. The multicolored lights, having accomplished their unfathomable task, fade into the ether, their purpose fulfilled. Gustav lowers his hand, the glow dimming, then extinguishing, leaving no trace of the monumental power it had just channeled. All of a sudden, cracks began to appear all over the surroundings. It was like reality, and all of existence was cracking like fractured glass. Gustav floated in place as these cracks ultimately spread across the entire vicinity and shatters. Blinking for a split second, Gustav finds himself in a different environment. "Gus! You listening?" A familiar voice called out to him from behind, causing him to turn around. Eldris and Rhea were strapped into the seats, and it seemed like they had been engaged in a conversation with him while Endrik was seated towards his right within the spacecraft. "Oh, so it's over." He looked forward upon noticing that they were cruising through space. Although Ifeev was faceless, one could sense frustration in his voice as infuriating energy spread forth from his being. Gustav reappeared within the spacecraft, causing the others to let out a collective sigh of relief. "Good thing you managed to outrun him," Eldris muttered. "I didn't actually outrun him. He caught me, but it's good that he did," Gustav responded while holding onto a strand of crimson hair. "You got the hair from him? How?" Their faces bore looks of puzzlement. "Wasn't that difficult?" Gustav went on to explain how he sneaked his hand into Ifeev's personal space at the last moment and pulled the hair out before vanishing. Gustav knew how to make spaces collapse, so this wasn't much of a difficulty for him. Fortunately, he activated the dimensional bracelet seconds prior to getting caught by Ifeev, or things would have gone in a completely different direction. "Does this mean he won't be able to track us anymore?" Rhea questioned. "Yes, he won't," Gustav voiced in confirmation. "But we still have to get to the focal point and get rid of this loop," Eldris pointed out, receiving a nod from Gustav. "What happens if 5 days go by and we haven't managed to get rid of the loop? Does the hair go back to him when this whole thing resets, or?" Rhea asked with a look of bafflement. "Good question. Let's hope we get rid of the loop before then so we don't have to find out," Gustav said before heading for the seat before the control panel. "Bad news though, the focal point is that way, so we will have to turn around," Endrik voiced while pointing towards the south. "You mean we have to go back there?" Rhea asked with a horrific tone. "Not entirely, but we do need to turn around if we want to get to where it is located," Endrik answered while displaying a wry smile. "We're dead," Rhea mumbled while shaking his head. "Relax, we can count on the fact that he is trying to come after us again, but he doesn't know where to look, so he could be anywhere right now," Gustav said to Rhea. "That does make me feel less worried," Rhea stated. "Let's just go around like clockwise, might take longer to get there but we'd have lesser chances of bumping into him," Eldris suggested. I'll take you up on that. Gustav proceeded to steer the spacecraft around and began flying in the eastern direction. The engines emit a faint, pulsing glow, propelling it forward on a course set towards a new destination. For over 12 hours, the spacecraft continues its relentless traverse across the vast expanse of space. Inside, Gustav and the others make plans on how to deal with things should any unexpected situation arrives. As the journey continues, the spacecraft skirts through edges of gas giants, behemoths of swirling colors and storms that could swallow the vessel whole without a trace. Each obstacle is navigated with a mixture of skill and technology, the ship's advanced navigation systems plotting a safe passage through these cosmic hazards. Finally, the destination looms ahead, emerging from the darkness like a vision from the depths of the most daring imaginations. In the distance, a black hole reveals itself, a monstrous entity suspended in the void, its gravitational pull bending light itself into a mesmerizing halo around its event horizon. This celestial phenomenon, a singularity where the known laws of physics contort and break, casts an awe-inspiring, if not ominous, presence. The spacecraft slows its approach, its engines dialing back the thrust to a gentle hum as it enters a cautious orbit around the black hole. Gustav and the others gathered at the observation windows and screens, watching in silent reverence as the spectacle unfolds before them. The black hole's accretion disk, a swirling maelstrom of matter being inexorably drawn into the abyss, glows with a fierce, ethereal beauty. "You're saying the focal point is a black hole?" Gustav questioned with a look of disbelief. "That is exactly what I am saying," Endrik answered. "This is crazy. What do we do to a black hole to get rid of the loop?" "Destroy it," Rhea voiced sarcastically. They all turned to stare at him with looks of seriousness. The smile on his face instantly dropped. "You guys are kidding, right?" Rhea voiced in disbelief. "The focal point is within the black hole, so that monster is powerful enough to enter a black hole and activate a 5-day loop that spans across hundreds of light years without as much as breaking a sweat." Endrik began explaining. "So unless someone can go into the black hole and get rid of the focal point without any adverse effect, then it's the only choice we have, or are you perhaps offering to go into the black hole and get the job done?" Endrik asked him. "You want me to perish?" "I'll pass on that." Rhea decided to keep his mouth shut at this point. "Going in there is also a feasible option," Gustav voiced from the side as he peered at the abysmal swirling darkness. "But it's a much easier to just get rid of it," he added while turning around to head out. "So that's it, you're just gonna go out there and get rid of an entire black hole?" Rhea was still in disbelief. "Pretty much," Gustav answered without turning around. "You should know what he is capable of by now." Eldris patted Rhea's back while chuckling. "Would you be able to do that?" Rhea asked him. "I wouldn't know since I've never tried it," Eldris voiced in response while they watched Gustav reappear ahead of the spacecraft. He flew in the direction of the dark mass unfettered. At this moment, his dirty blonde hair captures the light of distant suns. His undeniable aura of divinity, an almost ethereal quality that seems out of place amidst the cold, impersonal expanse of the cosmos, beams forth as he floats serenely before one of space's most awe-inspiring and terrifying phenomena, a black hole. The black hole itself, a boundary beyond which nothing can escape, pulses with the last echoes of light from matter being inexorably drawn inward. Against this backdrop of ultimate destruction, Gustav observes, his gaze intense yet unfazed, as if understanding the very essence of the cosmic existence before him. Chapter 1469. The epicenter. Do not unlock. What exactly is going on? Rhea asked with a look of bafflement. "It means we're almost there, we're almost at the center of the universe," Endrik voiced with a tone of certainty. "I suspected something like this might happen," Gustav muttered while pushing his hand forward. A strange force kept contending with his palm movement. "It makes sense why no one has ever been able to tell any tale about reaching the middle of the universe or why there is no mention of the planet there," he added. "Because whenever spacecraft get to this point, they go around it," Eldris muttered with a tone of realization. "And I'm guessing they can't see it either, so no one ever really tried to get past," Gustav stated while squinting his eyes. "See it?" Rhea voiced in confusion. Far into the distance was the outline of a planet, darkened and desolate, its surface a testament to ages of desiccation and decay. This planet, hidden from the prying eyes of the universe, exists in isolation, its presence known to none, for it is invisible to all. Instead of responding, Gustav gazes out into the void and sees what no other can: the darkened planet, suspended in the heart of repulsion. From their current position, it was as distant as Mars from Earth, but since they were in space, the outline was visible to Gustav. However, it was just him and not the others. "I can see it," Gustav proceeds to describe the planet in vivid detail, his eyes seeing through the cosmic veil that renders it invisible to others. "Is there a reason why you can see it and we can't?" Rhea questioned in confoundment. "Perks of being the outworldly, I guess," Eldris voiced from the side. The mundane one did mention that it was going to be invisible to the eyes except for specific periods, which is also when we will get the chance to get onto the planet, because it is also intangible while it is invisible, Endrick chimed in from the side. "Did he mention that the repulsion will stop too? Or do we have to get close to the planet first?" Eldris inquired. "He didn't specify, but I'd say it's better safe than sorry to be closer to it when the time comes," Endrick responded with a grave tone. With the spacecraft unable to breach the invisible repellent force, the group had to come up with ways to infiltrate. Gustav sat down once again before the control panels and pushed the hyperjump button. He decided not to power it fully so it wouldn't take them beyond the specific perimeter. After a few moments, he pushed the throttle. The spacecraft rumbled intensely as it turned into a needle-like streak that pushed forward with unprecedented tenacity. It soon returned to normal, giving them visuals of the surroundings once more. "Did we get past in?" Rhea inquired. "Nope, we're still where we were," Endrick responded with a disturbed look. "From the looks of things, it is impossible to move in a straight line beyond this point," Gustav shook his head. "Then what do we do?" Rhea questioned. "I don't think the spacecraft will be any use to us in this situation." Gustav stood to his feet. "Come on, let's head out," he added while heading for the exit. Eldris and Rhea grabbed a spacesuit since they couldn't breathe in space, while Endrick and Gustav headed out without issues. In a bit, they were floating before the endless void of space, ready to take on the repelling force before them. "Oh, so it's over." He looked forward upon noticing that they were cruising through space. Taking note of the surroundings, he spotted familiar orbital bodies that came into view when they left the Dead Man Zone over 2 weeks ago. From the time and date Gustav could see the spacecraft displaying, it seemed like they had gone back once again. "What do you mean, oh, it's over?" I asked. "How long will it take us to reach our destination?" Rhea questioned with a look of bafflement. Eldris was just as clueless. He felt like something was wrong. "You okay?" he inquired. "Yeah, I'm fine." "It looks like you guys don't remember." "That's a good sign," Gustav stated with a look of relief. "Remember what?" Rhea and Eldris took a brief glance at each other. They were starting to wonder if Gustav was cuckoo in the head. "It's better that y'all don't know. At least Defeyev won't be able to give chase anymore." Gustav smiled while the ancient hourglass appeared before him. Floating atop the ancient hourglass was the crimson strand of root-like hair which was bathed in a golden glow. Gustav had made use of the ancient hourglass energy to prevent the hair from being stripped away by the correction in time. Since the loop was shattered, it meant Gustav wouldn't have encountered Defeyev and successfully stolen the hair. So originally, the hair would have returned to Defeyev and he would still be capable of hunting them even after shattering the loop. Fortunately, the energy from the ancient hourglass prevented this. Eldris and Rhea both stared at Gustav, still utterly confused about how they went from talking about their destination to whatever he was referencing. "I still remember though," Endrick chimed in from the side. "Time candidate, of course," Gustav voiced in understanding. It wasn't the first time Endrick was retaining his memory after a time reconfiguration. "You guys better fill us in," Rhea stated in defiance. "Well, it might be better for you two to know about it anyways, just in case." Endrick decided to be the one to narrate the endeavors to them. Gustav focused on steering the spacecraft forward and taking unprecedented paths so as not to accidentally bump into Defeyev again. They had successfully gotten away from him, but to make sure things stayed that way, they needed to avoid spots that they initially traveled through. In another part of space, Ifeev floated while his hair grew in length. Some parts of it became much thicker than before and spread out like branches. In a few moments, a finger-sized green fruit with circular top and base grew out of the peak. It exuded a mythical glow as the time surrounding it sped up. The fruit ripened in just a few seconds, and Ifeev reached up to pluck it with his incredibly slender fingers. He placed the fruit at his neck region, and a circular hole suddenly opened up to consume it. His neck emitted a glow which followed down into his belly from the shimmer of the fruit. Suddenly Ifeev's body began to morph. The serene beauty of the hare's crimson branches becomes more pronounced, their edges sharpening, their movements becoming more deliberate and ominous. The branches twist and coil, transforming into a writhing mass that exudes a sinister aura. The transformation is not just visual but palpable, as a wave of energy bursts forth from Ifeev, rippling through the surrounding space, distorting the very fabric of reality. As the Ifeev undergoes some type of metamorphosis, his form grows exponentially, expanding into something far more sinister and immensely powerful. The once serene and beautiful branches now resemble the tendrils of some cosmic horror, each movement synchronized with the pulsing of dark energy that now emanates from his core. The crimson hue deepens to a blood-like shade, imbuing Ifeev with an aura of malevolence that chills the soul. The faceless nature of Ifeev becomes even more pronounced, as if its lack of features is a void that draws in all hope, all light. Its form, now a monument to dread, looms in the void of space, a harbinger of an unfathomable darkness. The transformation was completed, and where once floated a creature of mysterious beauty, now stands a being of unparalleled power and sinister intent. I may not know where you are, but I know where you are going. Ifeev's dreadful voice resonates deeply despite being in space as he suddenly vanishes. 10 days later, in an unknown location, Gustav's spacecraft slices through the vacuum of space. They happened to be nearing their destination at this point and watched out for unexpectancies. As the spacecraft further nears their destination, the group notices a shift in the behavior of space itself. Particles that once drifted lazily now veer away in an unseen current, as if repelled by an invisible force. Stars that should twinkle in the distance seem to skirt around an unseen boundary, leaving a void that stares back at them like an unblinking eye. The closer the spacecraft gets, the more pronounced the repulsion becomes, until it reaches a threshold where space itself seems to fold, creating a barrier that no physical object can penetrate. Why have we stopped? Are we there already? Rhea questioned. It's not by the choice, the engines are still running, but it's having difficulty moving any further, Gustav answered. We are being repelled. Eldris stood to his feet and noticed that it took a lot of energy to move forward despite being within the spacecraft. Chapter 1470. Let her go. Do not unlock. With a breath that felt like it could be his last, he took a step forward. The boots glow brightly, a beacon in the darkness, and in an instant, Gustav vanishes from sight. Gustav reappears light minutes away from his initial location, and finds himself standing before the dark planet. He turns back, shooting a glance into the distance where the repellent force existed that now separates him from the others. He activated the comlink and his voice was transmitted straight into their ears. I'm here. The boots worked. I've crossed in and no longer feel the repellent force. Eldris' voice comes through, a blend of relief and excitement. Great. Do you still see the planet? Gustav's gaze swept over the desolate landscape. Yeah, it's in an even worse state than I expected. Outside the repelling perimeter, Endrik, Eldris, and Rhea nodded in understanding. Will you be able to take us with you? Endvik inquired. It is really difficult to control. I feel like one misstep would cost a lot, Gustav said internally. Maybe you shouldn't then, the system responded in his head. Now I have to. If I could split myself in two, I wouldn't need them, but I can't, Gustav answered while turning around. You made use of your body weight to balance the movement and control the void stepper to an extent. Take them one after the other so it doesn't offset that balance by much, the system suggested. Sure, hold on, I'm coming back for each of you. Prepare yourselves, he announced to the others with resolve that brooks no argument. Gustav proceeds to take a step forward, appearing before the others in an instant. The control over the Void Stepper's power requires intense concentration, a balancing act between his will and the ancient sacred item capricious energy. He begins to take them in, one after the other. With each journey back, Gustav feels the boot's power testing his limits, as if challenging his right to wield their might. First, he reaches for Eldris, his calm demeanor belying the anticipation of the unknown that awaits. Gustav extends his hand, and as their fingers touch, a surge of energy envelops them. With a step forward, they traverse the perimeter of the repellent force, yielding to the Void Stepper's ancient command. Eldris' breath catches at the sight that greets him, the dark planet, a vista of ruins and desolation, yet undeniably beautiful in its starkness. Incredible, he whispers, his voice a mix of awe and trepidation. Next, Gustav returns for Endrik. As they step through the perimeter together, Endrik's mind races with questions and hypotheses about the barrier's origins. Lastly, Gustav brings Rhea across the barrier. The strength emanating from Rhea is comforting, a steadfast presence in the face of the uncertainty that lies ahead. As they set foot on the dark planet, Rhea clenches his fists, ready for whatever challenges they may face. This was pretty much the last step standing between them and the rescue of their friends. Together again, the four stand on the brink of exploration, their mission clear yet daunting. The exit point. The exit point was the precise location where the mundane one told them to perform the ritual for opening the rifts. He had given them details of how the place looked and how to reach there. The planet, however, is not without its dangers. They've been warned of the vanishing wind, an eerie phenomenon that sweeps across the surface unseen. Contact with this wind can displace any living being to an unknown location, a risk that adds a layer of peril to their journey. We need to be vigilant. The vanishing wind is invisible, unpredictable. Stick close, and watch each other's backs, Gustav instructs, his leadership unquestioned. Using their natural speed to navigate the surroundings might prove more dangerous, so setting it aside was paramount. They proceed with caution, their senses heightened to the subtlest of cues. The planet's surface is a labyrinth of ruins, each step revealing that a civilization once thrived here. The silence is profound, broken only by the crunch of their boots on the desiccated soil. Hours pass as they navigate through the ruins, the sense of desolation deepening with every step. Despite the dangers, there's a beauty in the desolation, a reminder of the planet's vibrant past and the fleeting nature of existence. Finally, after what seems like an eternity, they arrive at a vast clearing. In its center stands an ancient structure, its architecture defying the ravages of time. This is the exit point, its presence almost mystical in the desolate surroundings. The monolithic structure was proof that they were in the right place, which meant that the time had finally arrived. "Are you guys ready?" Gustav asked them. "I didn't come all this way to back down now," Rhea voiced in response. "We're rescuing them both and nothing can stop us," Eldris added with a tone of seriousness. Endrik only nodded in response, but one could see the chilling expression on his face. He rubbed the bracelet on his right wrist, causing it to emit a mild gleam. "I need all the help I can get on this," he said internally. "Endrik, the items," Gustav called out to him. Endrik, nodding, rummages through his personal storage space with a practiced ease, producing a collection of items that would seem bizarre to any onlooker but are essential to their task. Among these are the horns of an unknown beast, curling into the air with a malevolent grace, the heart of a mixed blood, still and silent, and an assortment of personal items, including a piece of clothing and a comb. In a bit, they were floating before the endless void of space, ready to take on the repelling force before them. Gustav, with his dirty blonde hair framing a visage marked by determination, gazes out into the void, his mind racing with strategies and possibilities. Beside him, Endrik flexes his fingers, the air around them shimmering slightly as he prepares to wield his telekinesis. Eldris opened his eyes, reflecting the vastness of space, stands calm and composed. Rhea, muscles tensed and energy crackling at his fingertips, draws upon the distant power of a star. No one knew he was capable of this initially, but now wasn't the time to question him. Their mission is clear: breach the repellent force that stands between them and the dark, desiccated planet hidden at the center of the universe. A planet visible only to Gustav at this moment. Endrik flies forward first and with a deep breath extends his hands. The space before them twists under the force of his telekinesis. Invisible strands of energy weave together, forming a lattice aimed at piercing the barrier. Yet, despite his efforts and the raw power at his command, the barrier remained. Endrik even tried letting his telekinesis go through the repelling force, but it was still the same result. "It's like pushing against the fabric of the universe itself," Endrik said, frustration lacing his voice. "There's no giving, no breaking point." Next, Rhea channels the energy Hes drawn from the distant star, his body aglow with a fierce, incandescent light. With a roar that echoes through the vacuum of space, he launches himself forward, his fist aimed at the center. Even before he could make contact, the repelling force was already slowing him down. However, the strike was still immensely powerful. The impact sends ripples through space, a spectacle of light and energy that would awe any onlooker. Yet, there was no breach in the repelling force. Ealdris transforms their surroundings into a colorless void. In this altered state, he attempts to weaken the repelling force or render it null. But as his powers reach out, they find no purchase, the repelling force existing beyond the reach of altercation. Ealdris shakes his head in defeat. The others understood at this moment that abilities weren't working on the surroundings, but they still needed to keep trying. Hours pass as they regroup and reconsider, their powers unable to find a weakness in the repelling force. Gustav gazes into the distance while multiple different options run through his mind. At this moment, he makes a conscious decision. From his storage space, he retrieves a golden and green boots, their appearance ancient, yet imbued with a power that feels alive, almost conscious. The Void Stepper, an artifact said to defy the limitations of movement and travel. "What are those?" Rhea asks, curiosity piqued by the boots' unmistakable aura. "An old legend," Endrik replied while turning to stare at Gustav, who was strapping the boots onto his feet. "They are said to step through the void itself, to travel where one wishes without regard for barriers or distances," he added. A silence falls over the group, a mixture of skepticism and hope, as Gustav stands ready. "Are you sure?" Endrik asked Gustav. "You're asking if I am sure about taking a step forward and finding myself within the epicenter instead of 3 galaxies away with half my body disintegrated?" "Nah, I'm not," Gustav answered with a poker face as opposed to his concern. "Don't worry. I'll try not to overdo it," Gustav added before they could speak. Chapter 1471 enters the anomaly. Yet we cannot ignore the signs, counters Lamina, a member whose wisdom is often sought in matters of the arcane. The celestial alignments speak of a truth we must acknowledge. The stars do not lie, and their message is clear. We face a threat that could unravel the very essence of Orion. It is much better to take it seriously than end up like the Osis. The council descends into debate, with voices rising and falling like the tides. Some members dismiss the phenomenon as an unfounded basis for panic, arguing that their advanced knowledge and capabilities can withstand any challenge. Others, however, sense the weight of the prophecy and fear that dismissing it could lead to their downfall. As the discussions reach an impasse, the Archon raises a hand for silence. "It is clear that we stand divided on this matter," they state, their voice calm but firm. "However, we must act for the welfare of our people and our planet. There is one among us, a being of unparalleled insight and power, who can traverse the boundaries of our knowledge and seek the truth." Heads nod in agreement, the tension in the room easing at the mention of this revered figure. "We speak of the Crackle," the Archon continues. "Let us call upon them to investigate this disturbing phenomenon. Only then can we truly understand the nature of the threat and decide our course of action." The council members rise, their wings unfurling in a display of unity and resolve. In the unfathomable reaches of a dimension far beyond the confines of human understanding, there lies an expanse where the fabric of reality twists into configurations impossible to grasp. This realm, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, defies the very notions of space and time. It is a place where time does not flow, standing still in a perpetual now that stretches into infinity. The concept of distance here is equally elusive. Locations seem both infinitely far and unsettlingly close, creating an overwhelming sense of disorientation. The structure of this higher dimension exists in a state that can only be described as roundabout and yet hollow. It's as if the very essence of being is both condensed into a single point and dispersed across an endless void. The darkness that envelops everything is not merely the absence of light but a palpable entity that seems to consume any semblance of warmth or comfort. It whispers of forgotten ages and lost existences, filling the atmosphere with an eerie sense of ancientness and otherworldliness. Amidst this indescribable setting, two figures emerge, their presence an anomaly in the timeless expanse. One with dirty blonde hair and the other with hair as dark as the void around them, they stand as stark contrasts not only to each other but to the very fabric of the dimension itself. Their arrival is silent, unnoticed by the unseen forces that dwell within the darkness, yet it is a bold defiance of the natural order of this place. The vicinity ahead of them, if one could even call it that in a place devoid of physical landmarks, appears as a fluctuating mirage. It is an area where the dense darkness seems to swirl with a purpose, hiding secrets that have never been witnessed by mortal eyes. Endrick lays out the items, forming a perimeter around a drawn runic circle. The runes, etched into the ground with a precision that speaks of ancient knowledge, seem to dance in the fading light, awaiting infusion of energy to awaken them from their slumber. They all step forward as Gustav directs them to stand at particular positions. Gustav and Eldris stand at opposite ends of the circle, their hands extended as they gathered energy that permeates this ancient. Rhea and Endrick move around the perimeter, ensuring each item resonates with the energy being channeled. As the ritual progresses, the air around them becomes charged, the boundary between the physical and the ethereal blurring. The runes start to glow, a soft light at first, growing in intensity with each passing moment until the circle becomes a beacon of pulsating energy. Endrick, now, Gustav announces, his voice steady, a counterpoint to the storm of energy that rages around them. Endrick's forehead emits a bright green glow at this moment, causing the energy of the time candidate to spread across the vicinity. He currently wasn't making use of his telekinesis, only Husarius was at work. The energy around them peaks, a crescendo of light and power that envelops the group, the ancient items, and the runic circle in a dome of radiant energy. The heart of the mixed blood pulses once, a beat that resonates through the ground and into the very fabric of the universe. And then, as suddenly as it began, the energy recedes, the light dimming until only the glow of the runes remains. Three eyes a violent ripping sound suddenly resonates across the surroundings, and in the next moment, two rifts start to materialize, one on each side of the monolith. The rifts continuously extend, till they become large enough to form a passageway. Gustav, opening his eyes, looks around at his companions in the intensity of the moment. "We've done it. It is time to rescue them," Eldris voiced with a tone of seriousness. Rhea gulps saliva as this moment had been long anticipated. That one should lead to Falco, while this one leads to Angie. Gustav pointed at the one directly perpendicular to his location. "Which one do you want to take?" Endrick asked. This was a difficult question Gustav hadn't answered in weeks. He always said he would cross that bridge when he got here, and now they had finally gotten here, and yet he hesitated. "I don't know what Falco might have become, so despite this being a rescue, he is a threat. There should be lesser complications with Angie, so I should let them handle bringing her back instead of myself. I'll take on the bigger threat so as not to jeopardize their safety." Gustav put the whole situation into retrospective view and made a conscious decision. "Are you sure about that?" The system inquired internally. "It's the best choice. Safer option for them," Gustav answered. The system bothered him no more afterwards, and Gustav decided to make his decision known. "I'll leave getting Angie back into the hands of you two," he pointed at Endrick and Eldris. He believed that with their capabilities they would be able to handle that much. "Rhea, you're with me," Gustav said while moving towards the left. "All right," Endrick nodded before heading towards the right. "Use the cloaking tool and try as much as possible not to attract any presence. The rift will only be open for 3 hours. Afterwards, anyone still within will be stuck in the other dimension forever," Gustav warned them with a tone of caution. "Then, let us not waste another moment," Eldris peered forward in determination. Together, they step forward, leaving the ancient structure and the activated runic circle behind. The path before them is uncharted, a journey into that promises imminent danger and destruction, but yet they remain unfettered. In the far reaches of the cosmos, nestled within a constellation seldom gazed upon by human eyes, lies a planet unlike any other. This world, known to its inhabitants as Orion, is a marvel of natural beauty and ethereal landscapes. Its sky, a canvas of vibrant hues, reflects the diverse and rich life forms that call Orion home. Among these beings are the ethereals, a race distinguished by their luminous halo-like rings that float gracefully above their skulls, and magnificent wings that unfurl with the colors of the dawn. The ethereals reside in a society governed by wisdom, harmony, and the pursuit of enlightenment. High-ranking members of this society often gather in a council, held in a location as breathtaking as their appearance, a floating citadel of light and crystal, suspended in the sky by ancient power known only to them. It is within this citadel that unfolds a council meeting unlike any before. As the meeting commences, the chamber is filled with the soft glow of the ethereal's halos, casting ethereal shadows on the walls. The council members, each representing different facets of ethereal society, are seated in a circle, their wings gently folded behind them. At the head of the circle sits the Archon, a figure of noble stature, whose halo shines with a brilliance that signifies their leadership. Esteemed members of the council, the Archon begins, their voice echoing softly in the crystalline chamber. We are gathered here to discuss a matter of grave concern. Reports have emerged from the edges of our solar system of a phenomenon that disturbs the very fabric of our reality. Whispers of an omen of destruction plague our people, stirring unrest and fear. A murmur of concern spreads among the council members, their halos flickering with unease. Surely, we cannot lend credence to mere superstitions, argues Sraffel, a council member known for their rational mind and keen insights. Our ancestors have long taught us to seek explanations in the stars, not in the shadows of fear. Chapter 1472. Don't ruin it. Author's note. Unedited chapter. Now is not the time to be uncertain. Either you do it right now or we're toast, he stated with a tone of urgency. This slap seemed to work as a wake-up call for Falco as he suddenly reclined his face while energy began to gather around him. Find somewhere to hide, he suggested. Rhea and Gustav immediately distanced themselves from him and hid behind one of the massive pieces of dark rock in the distance. The air around them vibrates with a raw, unfathomable energy. Falco's eyes blaze with a fierce dark flames, and the spiky crown above his head flares with an intensity that outshines the eerie glow of the chains. He lets out a roar, a sound that carries the weight of captivity and the fury of a force long restrained. The power that ripples forth from him is not just immense, it's primordial, a fundamental force that this dimension had sought to bind but never truly tamed. In an instant, the restraints that coil around him, the sentient chains that leech his power, begin to shatter. The runes that once glowed with an ominous light start to dim, their hold weakening. One by one, the chains break, disintegrating into dust that is swept away by the shockwave of energy released. The massive rocks to which they were anchored tremble and crack, the very foundation of this realm shaking under the unleashed might. The ripple of power sweeps across the entirety of the dimension, causing the oppressive darkness to recoil and the whispering shadows to silence. It was like the darkness within this dimension was bending to his might and will. Within the desiccated and dark planet, the rift on the left side of the monolith suddenly thrummed and out of it appeared a trio. Gustav and Rhea had returned with none other than Falco. Although he looked much different than normal, they had achieved their objective within the necessary time frame. Falco falls to his knees a moment later, causing the both of them to swiftly move to help him up. Don't worry, I'm fine, it's just a regular occurrence since I transitioned, Falco muttered as his body vibrated for a bit. You sure you're gonna be fine? Gustav inquired. Honestly, I feel you guys would have been better off leaving me in there. Now I pose a danger to everyone on this plane. Falco shook his head in worry. Whatever happens, we'll figure it out. Gustav placed a hand on his shoulder with a look of determination. Falco wanted to share in his enthusiasm, but he was still very bothered. Why haven't they returned yet? Rhea voiced from the other end. The aim of these two figures seemed to be the infiltration of this zone, driven by motives known only to themselves. The sensation of being in this dimension was nothing short of overwhelming. The absence of time renders every moment eternal, every second a lifetime of experience. The eerie silence is broken only by the sound of their own movements, which seem muffled and distant in the dense atmosphere. The air is thick with an unnameable essence, making every breath an effort and every step a venture into the unknown. Web-like threads spread with every single movement, causing their faces to twist with worry. As they advance, the reality around them seems to react, shifting and morphing in ways that challenge comprehension. Shapes that cannot be shapes flicker in the periphery of their vision, and sounds that cannot be sounds echo through the void. It feels as though the dimension itself is both aware and unaware of their presence. Emerging from the swirling vortex of darkness, Gustav and Falco find themselves within a realm that defies logic. They are surrounded by gargantuan rocky structures, each floating in the void yet connected by chains longer and more massive than any skyscraper conceived by human imagination. These chains, forged from an unknown material, shimmer with an ethereal light, casting eerie shadows that dance across the void. The darkness here is alive, pulsating with a malevolent energy that seems to watch and whisper. As they cautiously navigate this surreal landscape, their eyes are drawn to a distant figure. This being, humanoid yet distinctly otherworldly, stands in stark contrast against the oppressive darkness. A massive, dark wing extends from its left side, unfurling into the void with a regal yet ominous presence. Above its head, a spiky crown pulses with power so intense it distorts the air around it. Drawing closer, they observe the being's inhumane characteristics: eyes that glow with an internal fire, skin etched with glowing runes of ancient power, and limbs that blend the elegance of a deity with the ferocity of a creature born from darkness. Most strikingly, the being is bound by restraints that appear almost sentient, coiling around its form and anchoring it to the surrounding floating rocks. Despite the skin of this being looking like tar, Gustav's eyes squinted in suspicion. They soon arrived in clear view of the being, who seemed to be struggling with his eyes closed, occasionally wriggling and writhing in pain not visible to the naked eyes. As they drew closer, they realized that this being indeed bears facial similarities with their friend. "Falco," Gustav whispered. The realization hits them with a mix of relief and urgency. He looks very different." Rhea gazed at the part of his face that elongated into an upside-down V structure. "Yes, but why is he restrained?" Gustav gaze locked on the coils that bound Falco in place. "If his father is truly who I think he is, why would he bind his son?" Gustav's concern grew as he observed the surroundings. "Can you hear us?" calls out the Rhea, his voice cutting through the oppressive silence. The bound being's eyes flickered open at this moment. His pupils dilated as the coils suddenly thrummed with unprecedented energy. "Ah!" The being screamed in excruciating pain as a throng of darkness burst forth. Bang! Bang! Gustav and Rhea were instantly blasted backwards with intensity. The dimension shimmered and pulsated from the sudden discharge, spreading to every nook and cranny, causing the other beings within to worry. Gustav managed to put a protective layer of energy around himself and Rhea before they got hit, but even at that, they were both bleeding from their orifices. Gustav's ears were ringing so badly that it affected even his vision. His body began to slowly regenerate, but he couldn't imagine just how much it would have affected Rhea, since even he was hit this badly. "Gus! Gus!" HS could faintly hear his name being called, but it wasn't coming from Rhea, who was beside him. The bound being's eyes flicker with recognition, and a voice, deep and resonant, yet strained by confinement, fills their surroundings. "Gus! Gustav! You came for me. Falco, is it really you?" Gustav wiped the blood off his face while drawing closer. The bound being nods in response. Don't come me any closer. I don't want to hurt you." His voice distorted multiple times as he spoke. His disillusioned look slowly rescinded as he seemed to have completely gained consciousness. "We're getting you out of here," Gustav declares, his resolve steeling. The moment Gustav touches one of the coils, His hand turned thin and fleshy like life was being sapped from it. He quickly retreats. Just tell us how to get rid of these restraints. Falco's gaze shifts to the chains and then back to them. These are not mere physical bindings. They are forged from the essence of this dimension, a manifestation of its will to contain what it cannot control. Rhea seemed to be coming around at this point. He and Gustav exchange a determined glance, understanding the gravity of their task. They must not only contend with the physical act of freeing their friend but also engage in a battle against the very essence of the dimension. I could use Cohelia, but that would pretty much ruin our cloak. He will be aware of our presence if I do that. As Gustav contemplates their next move, the air around them begins to thicken, and the whispers in the dark grow louder, more menacing. It is clear that something or someone was coming. You two need to leave, they always come to inspect me after a surge. Go. Falco yelled with a look of urgency. We are not leaving you here. You are coming with us. Rhea tried to touch the restraints with rocks wrapping around hands and they all disintegrated upon contact. Listen Falco, it took a lot to get here. After everything we have done to reach this point, giving up isn't an option. These restraints are trying to hold back your power, right? But have you really tried to free yourself from them? Gustav's question caused a hint of worry to appear on Falco's face. Imma need you to unleash everything you've got so we can get out of here, Gustav urges Falco while scanning the surroundings. I don't think that is a good idea, Falco shakes his head from side to side. Pa. Gustav landed a slap on Falco's face and pulled his head closer. Chapter 1473 Mesothelioma. Do not unlock. I was trying to get Ifeev off our back. That's the name of the faceless one after us, or specifically, after me, Gustav clarified. Ifeev, that's a weird name, Rhea stated bluntly. You should hear the name of the cosmic superior faceless one. Gustav wondered what Rhea would call that if he knew of it. I tried to get him to help us take Ifeev off our case, Gustav added. Any luck with that? Eldris inquired. Nah. He said he can't do that. It isn't the way of the faceless, whatever that means, Gustav responded. Bummer, Rhea mumbled. He mentioned something else. Gustav paused for a bit with a disturbed expression. He said the reason Ifeev keeps getting to us is because he has a piece of his hair, Gustav revealed. What does his hair have to do with this? Rhea questioned. Cosmic superiority beings are linked, so he uses the cosmic strand to link us and locates us each time, Gustav explained. Gustav watched as shock plastered all over Rhea and Eldris' faces after his revelation. Is there any way we can get it from him? Eldris asked. Even if we did, we would still have this loop problem. Gustav shook his head softly. Isn't Endrick taking care of that at the moment? Rhea said while looking around. There is no guarantee that he will find it. A plan began formulating in Gustav's head immediately after he spoke. I haven't. Before Gustav could complete his sentence, space pulsated rhythmically up ahead. They all turned to stare in the northeast direction in horror. Hes here, Eldris stated. Endrick. Gustav yelled and vanished. Fuhum tilde he reappeared atop the spacecraft and reached out to grab Endrick, who was floating while emitting a powerful green glow from his figure. Earth, within a broad space, lay an exemplar of sophistication and high-class design. Its expansive dimensions were accentuated by the minimalist, yet opulent decor, where the interplay of natural light and shadows cast a serene ambience conducive to focused deliberation. The room was encased in panels of dark, rich mahogany, their polished surfaces reflecting the subdued lighting from the elegant, recessed ceiling fixtures, creating an atmosphere of warmth and exclusivity. At the heart of the boardroom lay a grand, elongated table, its surface a flawless expanse of gleaming, jet-black marble. There was no question that the imposing centerpiece commanded respect. Its sleek, reflective top mirroring the solemn expressions of those seated around it. Around the table, figures clad in authoritative uniforms convened, their attire a testament to their positions of power within the MBO. Medals and insignias, symbols of achievements and rank, glinted under the soft lighting, adding a touch of solemnity and pride to the gathering. What is this talk about sending more of our officers to the Alliance? The officer backing the ceiling-high window that offered a breathtaking view of the city skyline voiced in bafflement. It was requested by the Alliance to capture the fugitive, Gustav Crimson, General Chell answered from the other end. They have enough forces. It is unwise for us to give more, another general voiced his opinion. Other planets agreed, so it would be odd if we decided not to, General Chell responded. Yes, capturing Gustav Crimson should be the #1 priority, another officer agreed with General Chell. With all due respect, we have already put a lot of resources into capturing Gustav Crimson. At this point, we are starting to neglect that there are bigger issues to take care of right here on our planet and not out there in the stars, Commander Xanatus, who was also present, stated with a respectful yet assertive tone. We have enough forces to handle whatever is on the ground just as much as what is in the sky, General Chell responded. Not according to recent data. Another officer shook their head while putting up a bunch of holographic statistics. The meeting seemed to be split between two sides. One side was with General Chell while the other side disagreed with him. Grand Commander Shen, what is your take on this? Commander Xanatus said to an aged-looking man with a diamond shard in his forehead. Enough with the bickering. The Grand Commanders will decide on this later. For now, this meeting is adjourned, Grand Commander Shen stated with an authoritative tone. Minutes after the meeting came to an end, General Chell approached Grand Commander Shen. We need to make a move now or we are going to lose Gustav to the Draconettes, he stated. What do you mean by that? Grand Commander Shen inquired with a suspicious expression. They employed a very powerful entity to capture him. Who? Amidst the serenity of space, where stars twinkled like distant lighthouses guiding the wanderers of the cosmos, a spacecraft, its design unconventional with a distinct pentagon shape, could be spotted floating in place. Atop this vessel were two remarkable-looking figures. The first figure, an individual with curly black hair, floated slightly above the vessel. On his forehead, a green glowing dot pulsed with an ethereal light, marking him as someone of significant power and mystique. Around him, an aura of formidable energy emanated, pushing against the very fabric of space, distorting the area with an invisible force. His eyes were focused, reflecting a resolve that was both calming and intimidating. Beside him, the second figure, with dirty blonde hair, exuded a different kind of significance. The individual carried a weight in their demeanor, a target of unimaginable value. It was that figure that beckoned the extraordinary, drawing forth the presence of divinity. Without warning, the space before the spacecraft distorted, a rippling effect that heralded the arrival of the entity with crimson, tree-like hair. It materialized with silent grace, floating before the vessel, its hair billowing in an unseen cosmic wind. The entity's appearance was mesmerizing, its hair glowing with a deep, rich hue that contrasted starkly against the backdrop of space. The moment of confrontation was electric, charged with an unseen tension that gripped the void. Endrick's eyes remained closed, almost like he was lost in a trance. Gustav reached out to touch him, but the energy that emanated from Endrick's figure repelled his hand. With the Efeev right before him, Gustav decided to make a last-minute decision. In a bold move, he launched himself into the vacuum of space, propelling away from the spacecraft in the opposite direction. His movement was swift, a desperate bid to draw the crimson-haired being away, sacrificing his safety since he seemed to be headed back for the dead man zone. The faceless one stood in place for a bit, seemingly confounded, but soon, his gaze shifted, locking onto the fleeing figure with an intensity that belied its serene appearance. With a fluid motion, it gave chase, moving through space with an ease that defied physics. Ultimate combination has been activated. Gustav's figure morphed as he wove through asteroids and debris, pushing his limits in a desperate bid to outrun the faceless one even though he knew it was impossible. He aimed to get Efeev as far away from the spacecraft as possible so the others could get out of there, and the only chance he felt he had at achieving this was by heading back to the dead man zone that made it impossible for any being of matter to pass through. Fwishuhuish tilde they both transcend unimaginable speed as Efeev closes in on him. Meanwhile, back on the spacecraft, Endrick suddenly opened his eyes. I found the focal point, he voiced before blinking. Twui tilde he reappeared within the spacecraft that was already veering forward with Eldris taking charge. Where is Gustav? Endrik inquired with a slightly befuddled look. We need to get out of here now or he won't be safe, Eldris stated before powering up the hyperjump. Endrik's face lit up in realization as the recent events played out in his head. Husarius. Why didn't you tell me? He yelled out. Breaking concentration would have prevented us from finding the focal point, Husarius answered without an ounce of remorse while the spacecraft turned into a line that streaked forward with intensity. On the outside, Gustav closed in on a massive net wriggling with violent throngs of energy. I know what you are planning. I won't let you. The voice of the Faceless One thrummed across space as it suddenly accelerated. Fuhusum tilde before Gustav could reach the net, Ifeev reached him. Gustav tried to evade but Ifeev caught him by the neck and held him in place as Gustav struggled powerlessly. Now I have you. His voice reached Gustav's hearing once more even though he wasn't speaking. Do you? A smirk suddenly appeared on Gustav's face as he stared at a countdown. 1. A burst of sky-blue light suddenly emanated from his wrist, completely consuming his figure. Gustav vanished in the next moment, causing Ifeev's hand to close in on nothing. No. Although Ifeev was faceless, one could sense the frustration in his voice as infuriating energy spread forth from his being. Chapter 1474 Old You do not unlock Jack, the strongest mixed blood before he reversed time. The world had trembled at that time with so much destruction. Gustav was frozen in disbelief and horror. Angie was the infamous being cloaked in light and darkness. A torrent of emotions overwhelmed him, a tumultuous storm that threatened to tear him apart from the inside. How could the entire MBO come to fear someone he cherished? How could Angie, with her gentle heart, become a symbol of terror? Amidst his turmoil, Angie charged towards him, her movements a blur of conflicting energies. Every instinct in Gustav's body screamed for him to defend himself, to prepare for the impending strike. But as she closed the distance, something miraculous happened. Inches away from him, Angie halted her own attack. With a visible struggle, she grasped her other hand, fighting against the darkness that sought to control her. Gustav, she called out, her voice a mixture of pain and desperation. Black tears streaked down her face, a poignant reflection of the battle raging within her. Gustav, still reeling from the shock, found a reservoir of strength he didn't know he possessed. He saw not the feared entity that stood before the world, but his girlfriend, tormented and torn by her own nature. Without a word, he closed the distance between them, pulling Angie into a fierce embrace. The warmth of his arms around her seemed to be the only real thing in this dimension of shadows and light. Angie, he whispered, his voice steady yet laden with emotion. I've got you. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The higher dimension, with its eerie landscape and oppressive atmosphere, faded into the background. All that mattered was their connection. Angie's body tensed in his arms, the internal struggle evident. Yet, as she leaned into his embrace, there was a sense of surrender, a momentary peace amidst the storm. I'm so scared, Gustav, she managed to say, her voice breaking. I don't want to hurt you. Gustav tightened his hold, a silent vow to protect her from the darkness that sought to claim her. It will be fine, you will be fine, he assured her, his determination unwavering. Gustav and Angie shared a moment of profound sea as Angie's visage shifted between light and darkness, her features began to glitch, distorting in an eerie display of her fractured existence. Her face, once a harmonious blend of her dual nature, now fluctuated uncontrollably, mirroring the internal turmoil that tore through her. It was as if the very fabric of her being was rejecting itself, a terrifying spectacle that left Endrik and Eldris frozen in horror. Angie, are you? Endrik began, his concern morphing into fear as Angie's eyes fixed on them with an intensity that burned with unrecognizable emotions. Without warning, Angie lunged forward, her movements erratic and disjointed, like a marionette jerked by unseen strings. Her attack was swift, a blur of light and shadow that bore down on Eldris and Endrik with the ferocity of a storm. Endrik reacted instantly, his instincts honed from countless battles kicking in. He conjured a telekinetic wall, a barrier of concentrated energy, hoping to buffer the assault. However, Angie's palm strike, charged with an unfathomable force, shattered the defense as if it were glass. The impact sent both Endrick and Ealdris flying. However, Endrick had taken the hit directly, so he was more affected. His body cut through the air before crashing into the distance, blood trailing from his lips. Ealdris, who wasn't fast enough to save Endrick, faced Angius' wrath as she conjured a dark blade, a manifestation of her turmoil, and charged in his direction. As the blade descended towards him, he tapped into his bloodline, draining the color and essence from the weapon in a desperate attempt to neutralize the attack. The blade fragmented upon contact, but the force behind her thrust unleashed an energy so potent that Ealdris was hurled across the air, bleeding profusely from the shockwave that ravaged his body. Boom! Both figures lay battered, the realization dawning on them that they were no match for Angie in her current state. She advanced, her form glitching with every step, a terrifying specter poised to erase their very existence from this plane. It was at this moment, in the face of utter annihilation, that the air itself seemed to warp, and Gustav appeared between them and Angie. His arrival was marked by a surge of energy, his arm transformed, encased in silvery scales that emitted vibrant glows of power. With a roar that echoed through the dimension, he launched a decisive strike at Angie. The force of his attack collided with her, blasting her back with such intensity that it momentarily halted her assault. The air vibrated with the impact, a shockwave of energy rippling outwards, a testament to Gustav's might. Gustav wasted no time, rushing to Ealdris and Endrick's side. "Are you both all right?" he asked, his voice laced with urgency and concern. Endrick, struggling to his feet with Gustav's support, coughed, wiping the blood from his mouth. "That was unexpected," he managed to say, his voice weak. Ealdris, equally battered, nodded in agreement, his eyes on Gustav's transformed arm. "That is Angie, she isn't herself," he revealed, the defeat heavy in his voice. As Ealdris' words pierced the charged atmosphere, Gustav's world came to a jarring halt. The revelation that the being before them, the entity that had become a harbinger of fear across the globe, was none other than Angie, struck him with a force greater than any physical blow. The realization dawned on him with the weight of 1,000 stars collapsing into a black hole. Angie, the first girl to ever show him what love was supposed to feel like. Gustav's gaze softened as he looked towards Angie, who was slowly regaining her composure, her form still glitching between darkness and light. Angie, this gentle soul he knew, was the same being who had appeared on Earth twice in the last couple of months, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. He remembered it spread across the MBO, about how this half-white, half-black figure had laid down Grand Commander Shen with an ease that sent shivers down the spine of the entire organization. He recalled how she went toe-to-toe with Anexion. Their embrace, a sanctuary from the chaos surrounding them, culminated in an electric kiss, a symbol of their defiance against the darkness that sought to claim Angie. As their lips met, a miraculous transformation began to unfold. The dark, malevolent side of Angie, which had threatened to overwhelm her, started to retract, as if the purity of their connection was a light too bright for the shadows to endure. However, this moment of triumph was short-lived. The fabric of the dimension itself seemed to tremble as a new presence made its entrance. Emerging from the void was a being cloaked in flowing dark robes, a figure so imbued with darkness that the air around them thickened, heavy with a palpable sense of dread. His face could not be seen, but his presence and unfathomable dark power could be very much felt. "Ezriovi Fazvi Uvi," he uttered in a strange tongue, his voice resonating with a power that seemed to command the very essence of the dimension. At his words, the darkness responded, bending to his will with a terrifying obedience. Beneath Gustav, Ealdris, and Endrick, the carpet of darkness that had mirrored the void above suddenly shifted, becoming a trap that ensnared them. They found themselves sunk halfway into the dark matter, immobilized, as the terrain had become a prison designed to hold them captive. In the midst of this turmoil, Angius' demeanor shifted dramatically. The struggle and emotion that had just moments ago played across her face vanished, replaced by a listless, vacant expression. With a heart-wrenching detachment, she pulled away from Gustav's embrace and took her place beside the dark-robed being, as if drawn by an unseen force beyond her control. Gustav, Ealdris, and Endrick struggled against their bonds, their efforts futile as they found themselves unable to move or even channel their bloodline powers. It was as if the very essence of their abilities had been nullified, leaving them powerless in the face of this new adversary. "You have no power here," the dark-robed being reminded Gustav, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. The statement hung in the air, a declaration of absolute control over the realm and its unwilling visitors. "Is it?" Ealdris asked in horror as he panted, since the darkness seemed to be incredibly choking. Gustav shook his head. He knew very well that this person was powerful, but also knew that it wasn't him. "Thank you for delivering yourself to our doorstep, outworldly. I am sure you do not remember me, but we will have ample time to catch up since you will be trapped in her forever," the being spoke with a tone of familiarity. Gustav's frustration boiled over, his sense of helplessness clashing with his need to protect Angie and his friends. Chapter 1275, 100% confirmed. Captain Strum felt like he was hit by a moving orbital body as two of his arms uprooted from his body after receiving the fist from Gustav. Blood jetted out like a fountain as he slammed into the far end of the barrier, breaking straight through all the layers and continuously shooting out into space. Fu Hui tilde Gustav figure vanished and he reappeared in space hundreds of feet before Captain Strum's body, which was still shooting forward. He gathered energy in his right arm as he arched it backwards, while clenching his fist tightly. His fist was coated in a golden and pinkish glow as he drove it forward at Captain Strum's approaching body. Boom! Space parted as Gustav's fist sent ripples across the endless expanse of darkness the moment it collided with Captain Strum. Bang! 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 3D stars in the distance got snuffed out from the destructive wave of energy that spread forth from Gustav's fist as Captain Strum shot downwards like a dying star. Through his body shot across the solar system as it descended towards the ninth disk. All of his limbs uprooted from his body as he fell unconscious even before he hit the battle stage. Boom! The battle stage got blasted to smithereens the moment Captain Strum came into contact with it, sending another wave of destructive ripples across the vicinity. Gustav reappeared in the stage at this moment as time came to a standstill again. He deactivated cosmic superiority at this point to make sure it wouldn't be active when time went back to normal. The glow emitted from Encore slowly whittled as its figure began to disintegrate. Time stopped reversing and everything that seemed to be in an illusionary state started solidifying. Strum had reversed time to the point where he just activated the full power of his Encore and was tossing Gustav around like a dirtbag as time went back to normal functionality. The scene that the spectators would be witnessing was Gustav getting beat up. However, the moment time resumed, the entire stage suddenly appeared destroyed and the scene the spectators were initially witnessing glitched. Like a video game playback, the spectators were completely astonished as they stared at the disgrated stage. One unconscious figure was completely laid on the ground with missing limbs while another was standing before the unconscious one with an unbothered expression. What the hell just happened? Captain Crimson was taking a beating and all of a sudden, Captain Strum is defeated. He looks blooded and battered too. His Encore is gone too. This doesn't make any sense. How did this happen? The spectators were in an utter state of confusion, not recalling the events that played out after this point of the battle. Only a few spectators like the Council Lords and Miss stared at the stage with looks of understanding, but they still remained astonished. "The kid has truly grown more powerful than I realized," Miss Amy muttered. "Chem. Young Miss, I sense time manipulation on a higher scale. What did we miss?" Grand Commander questioned from the side. "You didn't see it?" Miss Amy asked with a slightly surprised tone. Grand Commander Shen was an alpha, so she had expected that even if he couldn't be completely immune to time-related abilities, he would at least be able to perceive the events ongoing during time manipulation and have memories of the original timeline. "I can only faintly sense that time has been altered on a large scale, but I have no recollection of how things exactly went," Grand Commander Shen responded. "Maybe this is a good thing. They will remain unaware that Gustav is a cosmic superior being." Miss Amy was still surprised that someone as young as Strum was able to pull this off with an alpha lacking memories of the original timeline, but she decided to use this to Gustav's advantage. She proceeded to narrate to Grand Commander Shen the events that played out while skipping the mention of Gustav's use of cosmic superiority. She didn't give him any explanation as to how Gustav was immune to time manipulation, which made the Grand Commander even more confused, but Miss Amy would rather leave him in confusion than let the Earth be aware of Gustav's cosmic superiority until the kid was ready to reveal it himself. Strum lost. But how? The Earth's captain seems to have broken out of his time manipulation. But how is this even possible? The Draconet spectators area was in shambles as well. Bronze mid-early clenched her fist so tightly a popping sound rang out. Even after everything he still lost, she voiced with a chilly tone. That kid, the Earth's captain. He is a cosmic superior being. Anyone would have lost. The other's prestigious-looking fellow beside Bronze mid-early voiced out. Why did you stop me from interfering? No one would have noticed if I did. She turned to stare at the Draken beside her with a look of anguish. It was a battle between the two youngsters. Oldies like us are not meant to interfere. It would be a disgrace to our great planet if we were to interfere in such matters, the Draken voiced with a dismissive tone. Also, we are not the only ones who are aware of what went down, another male Draken voiced from the side while staring in the direction of Earth spectators area. Bronze mid-early gnashed her teeth while peering forward with a look of hatred. How dare that Earthling do this to my son, Gustav Crimson, planet Earth. Wins 1200 points attained amidst the confused gazes of the millions of spectators. Gustav exited the stage and walked towards the Earth's participants area. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad Captain Crimson won, but what the fuck just happened? Beats me. I don't understand a thing. Even the Earth spectators area was full of confused people. Gustav fellow team members were not left out of this confusion. Wow, what did you do, Gus? Edotty questioned the moment Gustav arrived before them. Long story, you all just can't remember because of strum time-related abilities. Gustav heaved a sigh of fatigue as he took a seat. He had expended a lot of energy to win that battle and almost depleted his Yaki in the process. Yaki would have been long depleted if it wasn't mixed with the other ability Gustav unlocked after becoming a parallel being. Good job, big brother, Endrik voiced from the side. You saw it? Gustav questioned but instantly arrived at the answer before Endrik responded. Time candidate perks. Gustav voiced. Endrik mouth hung loosely for a bit before he answered. Yes, oh? Endrik knows what happened. Endrik, tell us, we're confused. Spit it out, man. The group quickly clustered around Endrik, who eventually decided to give them a brief analysis of what happened while leaving a lot of parts out. The versus battle challenge continued while the spectators still couldn't get Gustav and Strum's battle out of their heads and kept trying to find answers as to what happened. Big brother, I noticed something. Endrik approached Gustav. What is it? Gustav questioned. They witnessed it too, Endrik answered. By they, do you mean? Gustav glanced at Endrik with an expression of concern. Endrik nodded in response despite the fact that Gustav didn't complete his question. They're not supposed to be able to. This might be a problem. Gustavs caressed his chin with a contemplative expression as he muttered. Did you uncover anything about them last night? Gustav asked. Not yet, I'm still looking, Endrik stuttered a little before responding. You figured something out, didn't you? Gustav's tone instantly turned suspicious. I really am still looking into it. I have pieced what I saw together yet and no, you can't help me do that. I have to confirm if I'm looking in the right direction first so I don't mince information, Endrik answered with a sincere tone. Alright, do let me know when you figured it out, Gustav stated while turning to stare in the direction of Ingulus Prime participants. Ingulus Prime participants stood together in place with their pitch-black eyes on display as usual. Their expression remained unknown due to the wraps of bandage-like clothing covering the entirety of their figures. 100% confirmed, one of them voiced out. It was just as I suspected, Captain Iron voiced with a tone of anticipation. We have finally uncovered the outworldly. While they exchanged a few words over there, Endrik stood in place with a disturbed expression on his face as his forehead glowed with green light. You told me everything was okay. How could this be? Endrik yelled internally. No, I told you that going on that mission would increase the chances of averting great calamity in his future, which was correct, Husarius answered. Then what the hell did I see last night? Endrik asked. A better future compared to how things would have gone if you didn't act at all, Husarius replied. You are crazy. You are crazy if you think I am going to let that happen. Chapter 1476 These beautiful things do not unlock as their spacecraft sliced through the velvet expanse of space, leaving behind the tumultuous events that had unfolded at the center of the universe. A quiet realization dawned upon Gustav and the others. The spacecraft's onboard calendar and time system, which had been synchronized with the standard galactic chronometer, revealed a startling discrepancy. The hours they had perceived to have spent navigating the chaotic other plane and confronting the mysteries of the center were, in reality, 3 weeks in the external universe. This revelation hung heavily in the air. It also bore grave implications. If someone from the Alliance sent Ifeev and he had been waiting for us there for that long, it means that the Alliance most likely knows where we are, Gustav voiced in realization. The realization that their adversaries had been granted such an advantage cast a shadow of caution over their journey. They understood that their movements henceforth would be scrutinized, fraught with the danger of confrontation with forces gathered specifically to thwart them. Falco furrowed his brows in confusion at the mention of the Alliance and the apparent bounty on Gustav's head. "Just what happened while I was away?" he asked, his voice laced with a mixture of curiosity and concern. The time spent in the other plane, which amounted to a year over here, had wrought significant changes. Changes he was now struggling to comprehend. Gustav, sensing Falco's confusion and the need for clarity, decided it was time to shed light on the events that had transpired. About a year ago, after our return from Aesop, Gustav began with a steady voice. In the vast, uncharted expanse of space, where stars twinkled like distant beacons and planets spun silently in their celestial dance, a fleet of spacecraft cruised with purpose. Each vessel, visibly formidable, bore the marks of advanced technology and untold power. The flotilla moved as one, a synchronized ballet of metal and might, cutting through the darkness like a blade. Within these spacecraft, the corridors hummed with the activity of beings from countless worlds. Despite their varied origins and the diversity of their appearances, from the tall, willowy figures with skin like the night sky to the rugged, stone-like creatures whose eyes glowed with inner fire, all were united under a common banner. They were clad in uniform outfits of silver, gray, and blue, the colors merging and shifting with a subtlety that spoke of high craftsmanship. Emblazoned on their chests was an emblem of profound significance, a hand cradling a universe, its spiral galaxies and nebulae nestled securely in the palm, a symbol of their oath to protect and serve the vast cosmos they called home. These were fleets from the Alliance Corps. Amidst the soft hum of the ship's engines and the quiet chatter of its crew, one of the commanders, a figure of imposing stature with skin that shimmered like the surface of a star, stepped forward. Her eyes, piercing and clear, reflected the depths of space itself. She approached the communication panel with a sense of urgency, her fingers dancing across the holographic interface to activate the general comms link, connecting her to every ship in the fleet. "Attention all units. This, whatever this is, it's going to destroy everything." Falco nodded, his expression grim. "There's no point in staying here and there is nothing to save. We have to leave, immediately." The urgency of the situation left no room for debate. They gathered closer, preparing to escape the dying world. Gustav grabbed Eildris while Falco grabbed Rhea. Violently pushing upwards with their legs, they cut through the air with immense speed, disappearing into the orbit. In a few moments, they appeared in outer space, floating before the charred and desiccated planet. Zing-Tilda Endrick appeared beside them as they turned around to give the planet a lingering stare. The planet convulsed in its final moments. The dark mist surged with renewed vigor, enveloping everything in its path. The trembling of the ground reached a crescendo. They witnessed the planet's disintegration. From a safe distance, they watched as the world that had been their link to an otherwise disappointing rescue crumbled into ash. The planet's final moments were both horrific and mesmerizing. As the last remnants of the planet vanished into the void, a heavy silence fell over the group. The loss of an entire world, even one as desolate and forsaken as this, was a sobering reminder of the strength of the forces they were messing with. Just on the cusp of leaving the orbit, at the very edge of the center of the universe, An event unfolded that defied all logic and reason, a phenomenon so surreal that it momentarily stilled the chaos of their thoughts and the ache in their hearts. Before their disbelieving eyes, the planet they had witnessed disintegrate into nothingness, consumed by a dark mist that heralded its doom, reappeared as if reborn from the ashes of its destruction. It was as though the universe itself had hit a reset button, presenting the planet in its original state, untouched by the cataclysmic forces that had ravaged its surface. The rifts that had torn the fabric of reality, the dark mist that had spread like a plague, all were gone, erased from existence. The group stood in stunned silence, their minds grappling with the impossible reality unfolding before them. The planet, with its desiccated landscapes and remnants of ancient civilizations, was exactly as they had found it upon their arrival, barren, yet whole. How? How is this possible? Eldris murmured in astonishment. I don't understand, Rhea added, his eyes wide with disbelief. We saw it, it was gone. Falco scanned the horizon, his gaze piercing the void where the planet had vanished and reappeared. The rifts are gone, there is no sign of my father's influence as well, he stated, his tone reflective. As they pondered the unfathomable resurrection of the planet, a strange twist of fate revealed itself. The planet, a solid, tangible presence to them moments ago, vanished from their view, disappearing as suddenly as it had appeared. They all witnessed its disappearance except for Gustav. To his eyes, the planet remained visible, a ghostly image that hovered on the brink of reality and illusion. I can still see it, Gustav announced, his voice tinged with a mix of wonder and realization. It turned out that the planet just went back to bordering on existence and non-existence. We can't linger on this, Endrick finally said, breaking the spell of bewilderment that had enveloped them. We need to get back to our spacecraft, refresh and replan. They agreed with him and turned around to leave once more. As they made their way back, the repelling force surrounding the center of the universe did not hinder them since it was only there to keep things out and not in. As the spacecraft loomed in the distance, a palpable shift in the atmosphere halted their progress. The surroundings trembled, not with the seismic activities of a planet but with the presence of a force that seemed to distort the very fabric of space around them. Emerging from the ether, a figure materialized, its presence commanding yet devoid of any discernible features save for the unmistakable crimson tree-like hair that flowed and flickered like flames in a non-existent breeze. This being, faceless and imposing, exuded a power that felt ancient and unfathomable, its eyes non-existent yet undeniably fixed upon them. Gustav, already burdened by the emotional weight of recent occurrences, felt a surge of irritation at this new challenge. His patience frayed, and his voice carried a dangerous edge as he addressed Defeev. We've been through enough. Leave us in peace, or I'll destroy you, he threatened, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The faceless being, undeterred by Gustav's words, responded not with speech but with action. With a deliberate charge, it unleashed an energy so potent it rippled across the vast expanse of outer space, distorting the light of distant stars and sending a wave of foreboding through their minds. Falco unexpectedly stepped forward with unfathomable speed. With a swift motion, he launched himself at the faceless adversary, his fist imbued with the power of darkness so profound it caused the universe itself to swirl in response. The collision of forces was cataclysmic, a spectacle of power that reverberated through the cosmos. The impact sent the faceless being hurtling through space, its form streaking across the void like a comet gone awry. It ripped through the fabric of multiple stars, causing cracks in space as it streaked through galaxies while its form slowly broke apart, leaving a trail of cosmic destruction in its wake. The force of Falco's punch was so incredibly unbelievable, it seemed like a different person was standing before Gustav. The group stared at him in awe as they witnessed the aftermath. Falco, turning back to face Gustav, offered a nod of reassurance, his expression unreadable yet conveying a sense of unwavering resolve. Let's go, he suggested. Yeah, you're gonna need to explain what the hell that was, Rhea voiced in adoration. Falco nodded once more as they resumed their path to the spacecraft. Chapter 1477 Im Smarter Do not unlock this, whatever this is, it's going to destroy everything. Falco nodded, his expression grim. There's no point in staying here and there is nothing to save. We have to leave, immediately. The urgency of the situation left no room for debate. They gathered closer, preparing to escape the dying world. Gustav grabbed Eldris while Falco grabbed Rhea. Violently pushing upwards with their legs, they cut through the air with immense speed, disappearing into the orbit. In a few moments, they appeared in outer space, floating before the charred and desiccated planet. Endrik appeared beside them as they turned around to give the planet a lingering stare. The planet convulsed in its final moments. The dark mist surged with renewed vigor, enveloping everything in its path. The trembling of the ground reached a crescendo. They witnessed the planet's disintegration. From a safe distance, they watched as the world that had been their link to an otherwise disappointing rescue crumbled into ash. They witnessed the planet's disintegration. From a safe distance, they watched as the world that had been their link to an otherwise disappointing rescue crumbled into ash. The planet's final moments were both horrific and mesmerizing. As the last remnants of the planet vanished into the void, a heavy silence fell over the group. The loss of an entire world, even one as desolate and forsaken as this, was a sobering reminder of the strength of the forces they were messing with. Just on the cusp of leaving the orbit, at the very edge of the center of the universe, an event unfolded that defied all logic and reason, a phenomenon so surreal that it momentarily stilled the chaos of their thoughts and the ache in their hearts. Before their disbelieving eyes, the planet they had witnessed disintegrate into nothingness, consumed by a dark mist that heralded its doom, reappeared as if reborn from the ashes of its destruction. It was as though the universe itself had hit a reset button, presenting the planet in its original state, untouched by the cataclysmic forces that had ravaged its surface. The rifts that had torn the fabric of reality, the dark mist that had spread like a plague, all were gone, erased from existence. The group stood in stunned silence, their minds grappling with the impossible reality unfolding before them. The planet, with its desiccated landscapes and remnants of ancient civilizations, was exactly as they had found it upon their arrival, barren, yet whole. How? How is this possible? Eldris murmured in astonishment. I don't understand, Rhea added, his eyes wide with disbelief. We saw it, it was gone. Falco scanned the horizon, his gaze piercing the void where the planet had vanished and reappeared. The rifts are gone, there is no sign of my father's influence as well, he stated, his tone reflective. As they pondered the unfathomable resurrection of the planet, a strange twist of fate revealed itself. The planet, a solid, tangible presence to them moments ago, vanished from their view, disappearing as suddenly as it had appeared. They all witnessed its disappearance except for Gustav. To his eyes, the planet remained visible, a ghostly image that hovered on the brink of reality and illusion. I can still see it, Gustav announced, his voice tinged with a mix of wonder and realization. It turned out that the planet just went back to bordering on existence and non-existence. We can't linger on this, Endrik finally said, breaking the spell of bewilderment that had enveloped them. We need to get back to our spacecraft, refresh and replan. They agreed with him and turned around to leave once more. As they made their way back, the repelling force surrounding the center of the universe did not hinder them since it was only there to keep things out and not in. As the spacecraft loomed in the distance, a palpable shift in the atmosphere halted their progress. The surroundings trembled, not with the seismic activities of a planet but with the presence of a force that seemed to distort the very fabric of space around them. Emerging from the ether, a figure materialized, its presence commanding yet devoid of any discernible features save for the unmistakable crimson tree-like hair that flowed and flickered like flames in a non-existent breeze. This being, faceless and imposing, exuded a power that felt ancient and unfathomable, its eyes non-existent yet undeniably fixed upon them. Gustav, already burdened by the emotional weight of recent occurrences, felt a surge of irritation at this new challenge. His patience frayed, and his voice carried a dangerous edge as he addressed Defeev. We've been through enough. Leave us in peace, or I'll destroy you, he threatened, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The faceless being, undeterred by Gustav's words, responded not with speech but with action. With a deliberate charge, it unleashed an energy so potent it rippled across the vast expanse of outer space, distorting the light of distant stars and sending a wave of foreboding through their minds. Falco unexpectedly stepped forward with unfathomable speed. With a swift motion, he launched himself at the faceless adversary, his fist imbued with the power of darkness so profound it caused the universe itself to swirl in response. The collision of forces was cataclysmic, a spectacle of power that reverberated through the cosmos. The impact sent the faceless being hurtling through space, its form streaking across the void like a comet gone awry. It ripped through the fabric of multiple stars, causing cracks in space as it streaked through galaxies while its form slowly broke apart, leaving a trail of cosmic destruction in its wake. The force of Falco's punch was so incredibly unbelievable, it seemed like a different person was standing before Gustav. The group stared at him in awe as they witnessed the aftermath. Falco, turning back to face Gustav, offered a nod of reassurance, his expression unreadable yet conveying a sense of unwavering resolve. "Let's go," he suggested. "Yeah, you're gonna need to explain what the hell that was," Rhea voiced in adoration. Falco nodded once more as they resumed their path to the spacecraft. As their spacecraft sliced through the velvet expanse of space, leaving behind the tumultuous events that had unfolded at the center of the universe, a quiet realization dawned upon Gustav and the others. The spacecraft's onboard calendar and time system, which had been synchronized with the standard galactic chronometer, revealed a startling discrepancy. The hours they had perceived to have spent navigating the chaotic other plane and confronting the mysteries of the center were, in reality, 3 weeks in the external universe. This revelation hung heavily in the air. It also bore grave implications. If someone from the Alliance sent Ifeev and he had been waiting for us there for that long, it means that the Alliance most likely knows where we are, Gustav voiced in realization. The realization that their adversaries had been granted such an advantage cast a shadow of caution over their journey. They understood that their movements henceforth would be scrutinized, fraught with the danger of confrontation with forces gathered specifically to thwart them. Falco furrowed his brows in confusion at the mention of the Alliance and the apparent bounty on Gustav's head. "Just what happened while I was away?" he asked, his voice laced with a mixture of curiosity and concern. The time spent in the other plane, which amounted to a year over here, had wrought significant changes. Changes he was now struggling to comprehend. Gustav, sensing Falco's confusion and the need for clarity, decided it was time to shed light on the events that had transpired. "About a year ago, after our return from Aesop," Gustav began with a steady voice. "In the vast, uncharted expanse of space, where stars twinkled like distant beacons and planets spun silently in their celestial dance, a fleet of spacecraft cruised with purpose. Each vessel, visibly formidable, bore the marks of advanced technology and untold power. The flotilla moved as one, a synchronized ballet of metal and might, cutting through the darkness like a blade. Within these spacecraft, the corridors hummed with the activity of beings from countless worlds. Despite their varied origins and the diversity of their appearances, from the tall, willowy figures with skin like the night sky to the rugged, stone-like creatures whose eyes glowed with inner fire, all were united under a common banner. They were clad in uniform outfits of silver, gray, and blue, the colors merging and shifting with a subtlety that spoke of high craftsmanship. Emblazoned on their chests was an emblem of profound significance, a hand cradling a universe, its spiral galaxies and nebulae nestled securely in the palm, a symbol of their oath to protect and serve the vast cosmos they called home. These were fleets from the Alliance Corps. Amidst the soft hum of the ship's engines and the quiet chatter of its crew, one of the commanders, a figure of imposing stature with skin that shimmered like the surface of a star, stepped forward. Her eyes, piercing and clear, reflected the depths of space itself. She approached the communication panel with a sense of urgency, her fingers dancing across the holographic interface to activate the general comms link, connecting her to every ship in the fleet. "Attention all units. What happened to her in that plane?" Falco sighed, a gesture of regret for the scant information he could offer. "Angie, she had been tampered with long before I regained consciousness. From what I gathered, half of her existence is still tied to our plane, which grants her the ability to move between dimensions. The other half, however, binds her to that plane, making her a being of its essence." He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. My father, Falco continued, is the Lord of Darkness, the master of that plane. A figure of immense power who answers only to one other, whose name I cannot speak. The Dark Plane is incredibly vast and divided into about 1,000 parts. The realm you entered, where you found me and Angie, belongs to Amir. He was in charge of making sure my transition goes smoothly and also tampering with Angie's essence as well as her physique. Amir. I've heard that name before, Rhea voiced in contemplation. The Death Angels has their owner or something, Gustav answered from up ahead. Oh yes. I remember now. They called them Amir Death Angels. Rhea recalled their incident on planet Osius and of course the beings of darkness that caused death to follow in their trail. So that was him Endrick and Ealdris met, Rhea added with a look of bewilderment. Yeah, he commands the most lethal fleet of the Dark Plane. The Death Angels, and believe me, they are way more powerful than what we saw in planet Osius. If I had taken even a little longer to get you three out of there, we would be trapped in forever. Amir only stopped momentarily because I told him to. A heavy silence followed Falco's revelation. The implications of their venture into that plane, into Amir's realm, began to dawn on them. Had it been the highest realm, Falco added, a sobering note to his tone, you guys would already be long dead. The realms vary in danger and in the beings that inhabit them. Amir's realm, while perilous, is but a fraction of what the highest realm holds, which is also where most of my father's counterparts dwell. The others absorbed Falco's account, the reality of their narrow escape and the complexity of the plane they had ventured into becoming increasingly clear. The revelation that Angius' very essence was split between dimensions, and the power dynamics of the other plane, painted a picture of a universe far more intricate and perilous than they had imagined. Gustav, processing the information, felt a mix of frustration and determination. So, Angie is caught in the middle of all this. He mused aloud, his resolve hardening. We need to find a way to help her, to bring her back fully to our plane without the other half pulling her back there. Falco nodded, acknowledging the challenge that lay ahead. It won't be easy, he cautioned. My father's plane is governed by rules and powers that are ancient and deeply entrenched. Ealdris, whose sharp intuition missed little, caught on to the recurrent mention of a father by Falco, a term laden with an unexpected familiarity when referring to the formidable being that governed the other plane. Ealdris' curiosity pierced the veil of unspoken stories. Falco, you've been referring to this entity as your father. Have you truly accepted the Lord of that other plane as your father? Falco, caught off guard by his own unguarded references, hesitated. The question unearthed a slew of memories and emotions, drawing him back to a series of encounters that had irrevocably altered the course of his existence. It's not as straightforward as acceptance or denial, Falco began, his voice tinged with the complexity of his feelings. My father, he would visit me in human form. Despite the bindings that held me, he wanted me to feel comfortable, to see him not just as a lord of darkness but as someone familiar, someone paternal. Rhea found himself puzzled by Falco's explanation. But how exactly is he your father? You have an earthly father, don't you? He asked, trying to piece together the seemingly conflicting pieces of Falco's lineage. The question hung in the air, a challenge to the very nature of identity and belonging. Falco's gaze drifted away, lost in the complexities of his dual heritage. Before he could respond, Gustav, driven by a blend of concern and intrigue, pressed for clarity. It's complicated, doesn't quite cut it, Falco. How is it possible to have two fathers? One, an ordinary man from Earth, and the other, an extraordinary being that governs the very essence of darkness. If anyone from Earth had heard Gustav call Falco's father an ordinary man, they would probably headbutt him since they knew just how stinking rich he was. However, to Gustav, that didn't even begin to measure up compared to the power of the entity that governed the Dark Plane. Falco sighed, realizing that the truth could no longer remain shrouded in the half-light of evasion. To understand the story of my existence, you must first let go of conventional notions of family and lineage. His words piqued their curiosity, causing everyone to lean forward in readiness. Chapter 1479 Woes of Imbalance Attention, all units, she began, her voice resonating through the comms, commanding yet imbued with a sense of shared purpose. "We are entering the sector where Gustav Crimson was last detected. I want an APB scan initiated immediately. He is a master of evasion, but he is not beyond our reach. Stay sharp and report any anomalies. Remember, he is not to be underestimated." Her orders dispatched, the commander stepped back from the console, her gaze fixed on the star-studded void ahead. The fleet responded to her command with the precision of a well-oiled machine. Across the ships, crew members sprang into action, their fingers flying over controls as scanners hummed to life, casting an invisible net wide into the depths of space in search of their elusive target. The search for Gustav Crimson, a name that had become a whisper of legend across star systems. Each ship, a beacon of their unwavering commitment, sailed through the darkness, united in their pursuit. Their scan net was connected and well boosted due to the vast resources of the Alliance, so even if a spacecraft was a light year away, they would be able to detect it. They soon detected a spacecraft that seemed similar to the structure of the one they were informed about. However, it seemed really distant. As the fleet, under the command of the determined and formidable commander, made its way through the star-dotted blackness of space towards the oddly shaped spacecraft detected 7 light-years away, the air was thick with anticipation and readiness for battle. "Adjust course. Set bearings to intercept the target," the commander instructed, her voice echoing authoritatively through the ship's intercoms. Her gaze was fixed on the main view screen, where the solitary blip representing the spacecraft began to grow larger as they approached. The spacecraft was also moving speedily, but it was no match for the Alliance core fleets. They could use hyperjump a number of times to boost their speed and wouldn't run out. As the fleet neared the location, every member aboard the vessels stood ready, activating their abilities and arming themselves with weaponry. The silence was almost tangible, a prelude to the storm they anticipated would soon break. Suddenly, the calm was shattered. "Commander, the radar is picking up anomalies," reported a sensor technician, confusion lacing his voice. "The target, it's multiplying." The commander frowned, stepping closer to the radar display. In moments, what had been a single entity on their screens began to duplicate, first into 2, then into 20, and soon after, into thousands of distinct signals. The fleet, poised for a singular confrontation, now faced a legion of spacecraft, a development that defied logic and experience. "What in the cosmos is happening?" murmured one of the officers, his voice a mixture of disbelief and concern. The commander, her mind racing through possibilities, maintained her composure. "All ships, prepare for evasive maneuvers. Defensive formations, now," she commanded, her voice cutting through the confusion like a blade. "And someone give me an analysis of what we're dealing with." The fleet were only about 20 in number. Having to face thousands of spacecraft was no simple feat. It would be impossible to come out unscathed if they came out at all. As the fleet scrambled to respond to the sudden multiplication of the target, theories abounded. "Could be a cloaking device or some sort of holographic projection," suggested one of the tactical officers, trying to make sense of the phenomenon. "Or a trap," added another, the word hanging ominously in the air. As they closed in, the thousands of signals began to move with an uncanny synchronization, swirling around the fleet in a mesmerizing dance that seemed almost alive. The beauty of the display, however, did little to mask the growing concern among the crew. What had started as a mission to track down a single spacecraft had escalated into a situation that none of them had anticipated or prepared for. The commander, watching the display, knew they had to act swiftly. "Launch the Unravel drones. I want a closer look at those ships and analysis down to the last atom," she decided, her mind clear despite the unfolding chaos. As the drones darted forward, relaying real-time images back to the fleet, the true nature of the multiplying spacecraft began to reveal itself. The images showed not thousands of ships, but rather reflections, echoes of the original spacecraft refracted through what appeared to be a field of energy. "It's some sort of reflective shield, a defense mechanism that creates duplicates of the ship across different points in space," explained the chief science officer, all mixed with a hint of respect in his voice. Ingenious. The realization that they were not facing an armada, but a single ship with an advanced cloaking mechanism, shifted the dynamics of the encounter. The commander, piecing together the information, formed a plan. Cease all offensive maneuvers. Let's not fall into the trap of fighting phantoms, she ordered, her mind racing ahead. The real spacecraft must be. She looked around while closing her eyes. There, she pointed, her voice steady and imbued with a commanding presence. Ignore the mirages. Focus on that quadrant. Our quarry is there, hiding in plain sight. Her fleet, a collection of the finest ships the Alliance had to offer, responded with immediate compliance. The deadly vessels dove into the direction indicated, cutting through space with the precision of a well-practiced squadron. They ignored the thousands of reflections, focusing instead on the emptiness between, where intuition suggested their true target lay. As they advanced, the sea of mirage spacecraft began to thin, revealing the vast nothingness of space. It was here, amidst the void, that they spotted a single spacecraft actively fleeing from their position. The chase was on. The fleet, reinvigorated by the sight of their prey attempting escape, surged forward with renewed vigor, their engines blazing trails of light in the darkness. Just as they were about to close in on the elusive spacecraft, just as victory seemed within their grasp, the target vanished. Not just the one they pursued, but every last one of the thousands of reflections that had surrounded them. Space, once filled with the light of countless ships, was now empty, a void that mocked their efforts with its silence. The commander and her fleet were stunned, disbelief written across the faces of every crew member who had witnessed the impossible escape. Before they could process the turn of events, before strategies and theories could be formulated, space itself seemed to betray them. A suction force, powerful and irresistible, pulled at the fleet, drawing them forward into an uncontrollable swirl. The ships, caught in the grip of this unseen melik, began to spin, their formations breaking. No matter how much they tried to steer away, the fleet continued to stir. Amidst the chaos, a massive holographic projection appeared in space, a visage so familiar it sent a ripple of shock through the fleet. It looked like an image of Gustav, towering over them with a presence that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. His voice, amplified to match his colossal projection, filled the void. "You thought you could catch me," he began, a hint of amusement in his tone. "I was always one step ahead. This," he gestured to the space around them, "the trap they had unwittingly sprung, was my design. A simple trick, and yet you fell for it." His laughter, deep and resonating, echoed across the stars, a sound that would haunt the Alliance fleet for cycles to come. "The Alliance will never be able to catch me," he declared, his voice carrying the weight of his conviction. "You are playing a game you cannot win." With that, the massive holographic display vanished, leaving the fleet spinning in the aftermath of the suction force. The commander, her crew, and the entire squadron were left in a state of turmoil, both physically from the swirling trap they had yet to escape, and mentally from the realization of their failure. As the ships gradually regained control, pulling out of the uncontrollable spin, the commander faced her crew, her expression one of resolve amidst the setback. "This I sentee the end," she said, her voice a beacon of determination in the darkness. "I'll get you, Gustav Crimson." Far removed from the tumultuous scene of the fleet caught in a trap, in a secluded part of space that remained untouched by the chaos, stood a being before an advanced device. This device, an intricate array of pulsating lights and swirling energy cores, was responsible for projecting the colossal hologram of Gustav that had deceived the Alliance fleet. The being, while humanoid in appearance, was distinctly non-human, its skin shimmering with an ethereal glow that suggested a nature far beyond the ordinary. As the projection faded away, the being stepped back from the device, turning to face the crew that manned this hidden outpost. They, like their companion, were of various shapes and sizes, each bearing unique traits that marked them as members of different species, united under a common cause. "We've done it," the being announced, its voice carrying a mix of relief and triumph. Chapter 1480 Slay It. Every being there oozed indescribable power that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary folks. At the top of the circular structured stacks, 9 out of 10 pulpits were occupied, leaving the last one empty. The beings at the top got to look down on the others that were spread across the ethereal-looking vicinity. "We don't want him killed. The bounty on him should remain the same as before. Wanted alive, General Chell addressed the Alliance from the top of the stack. A few murmurs could be heard from the surroundings, but they couldn't refute. It was Earth's decision and they had all decided to honor it. They continued with the meeting after a few moments. Tilda Ikerla Arkun Kok views it. Tilda, one of the beings at the very top of the circular stacks, spoke in a language that no human would be able to understand. Fortunately, every being present within this structure had their translation devices equipped. So, despite the differences in languages between extraterrestrial species, they could hear one another. The universal fugitive was last spotted in the Zelios Tower. He was lost before the Alliance could get to him. The extraterrestrial being who was among the council of the Alliance leader voiced loudly. We need as much information as we can get to understand his motives and movement to capture him. Our forces are spread too thin. You lots have to volunteer warriors from your planets to join the Alliance Corps, the extraterrestrial being who represented planet Draconet chimed loudly. A glowing light appeared above that red Osius. Everyone peered in the direction of the planet Osius representative, who happened to be Vilak's father. It was quite the fall from grace for them because usually, they'd be at the highest circular stack with the others. Planet Osius. One of the Alliance leaders voiced. The pulpit before Handler 3 emitted a white glow which gave him the go-ahead to speak. The information on the universal fugitive is not up to date, he announced with a tone of certainty. What do you mean, not up to date? General Chell questioned with a look of concern. The other Alliance leaders were just as curious after hearing that. The last time Gustav Crimson was spotted, not spotted. Handler 3 paused for a bit. Gustav Crimson didn't leave the Zelios Tower alone. He left with a group that included my son. Tilda Mummers. Handler 3 went on to narrate the turn of events dating back from when the Oxys group went with Gustav in search of Seafling to when they found him and all they had to do to save their lost people. He didn't leave out the part about Gustav being the major key to victory and how they saved many other species with his help. A lot of the planetary representatives, especially the Alliance leaders, were getting restless as they listened to his narration. This was mostly because Gustav had just accomplished something that had taken them centuries of failures. Seafiling, who was practically impossible to locate, was found and dealt with by a child who was only a bit older than 20 years of age. Not only that, he had saved the lives of many others in the process, making the whole saga about him being a planet destroyer seem ridiculous. He was supposed to be evil, but Handler 3's exposition was putting a dent in his evil reputation, and it didn't help their objective to have him captured. Seafiling is dead. Another Alliance leader blurted out in disbelief. Yes. He is gone forever and we have Gustav Crimson to thank for that. He saved the lives of billions. Not to mention recovering my people, Handler 3 answered. But he is responsible for the destruction of your planet in the first place. This must be his way of trying to make up for it. He is still guilty, another Alliance leader voiced. What if he isn't? Handler 3 didn't know when he blurted it out. 2 days later, a pentagon-shaped spacecraft with the Tarks emblem drifted across space with incredible speed. The twinkling, icy glows in the distance gave that part of space a surreal beauty. It was the only source of illumination around there as dark matter spread as far as the eyes could see. A few space rocks were scattered about the place, but the spacecraft streaked forward undisturbed. The spacecraft cut a blazing white line through the space in front of it, obliterating the rocks in its path. Within the spacecraft, the passengers remained strapped to their seats as they vibrated constantly, emitting a blinking yellow light in the control room. Okay, so where exactly are we going now? Rhea realized he had never asked until that moment. Well, did we tell you about the time we visited Zelios Tower? Endrick questioned from the side. You too visited Zelios Tower? Eldris was in disbelief while Rhea was completely clueless. That's how we got information about how to get to the other side, Endrick answered while trying to sound spooky. I thought that place was just a legend to think it truly exists, Eldris replied deep in thought. What is this Zelios Tower? Rhea questioned. It's a place that can get you the answers to any question, but usually the price is hefty. Most times, impossible to pay, Endrick explained with a solemn tone. Isn't it just cash? Rhea voiced with a clueless look. No, Eldris and Endrick stated at the same time. Chill. Rhea moved his neck backward in startlement. Eldris turned to face Endrick once more. So they told you how to get Falco and Angie back. They told us where to head and what to do after we got there to gain access to bring them back. That is where we are headed now, Endrick answered once more. Does that mean we will finally get to pay back those monsters for ruining Aesop and destroying planet Osius? Rhea questioned with anticipation. No, Endrick shook his head. Why? This is our chance for a payback, Rhea voiced with confusion etched on his face. You don't know, do you? Endrick turned his seat around to face them. Know what? The reason Gustav doesn't want any of you two there is that the other side is a lot different from our plane. This means that the strength of creatures from there wouldn't be dampened. They will be able to use their full power, Endrick explained in a grave tone. Rhea's eyes widened in realization. That wasn't their full power. Not even close, Endrick answered. Rhea recalled the Death Angels corroding everything in existence with just their presence, being unkillable and incredibly powerful. There was an explosion at the back of his mind when he realized that they would be way more powerful on that plane. Not to mention that our strengths would have been dampened. Endrick's revelation caused Rhea to gulp saliva. Thankfully, Big Brother knows how to counter that, he added. So we're not going there to fight. Not at all. We're only going to get our friends back. If we have any luck, we won't need to face any creature from there, Endrick pointed out. How are we gonna do that? Rhea didn't see how it was possible to not encounter any being from there. Because the access point will be taking us directly to the people we're searching for. It's possible we could encounter beings from that plane, but if we act quickly, it's also possible that we won't. Within the vicissitudes of space, a platform shaped like a syringe floated in place, giving off an imposing aura. From afar, it seemed very tiny, almost like it could be overlooked and missed. However, the moment one drew closer, the size underwent an unbelievable change, becoming incredibly massive and eye-catching. Lines of white light surrounded it on all corners as it radiated in such an indescribable manner. Spacecrafts flew into the perimeter and vanished as soon as they got bathed in the white lines of light it emitted. Within the heart of this structure was a sort of assembly point. The interior looked so masterfully erected that one would think they had entered a higher dimension. The surroundings were bathed in inklings of starlights, and the assembly point was structured in a circular format with smooth surfaces forming a spiral. They were like stacks upon one another, and they got smaller the higher one went. In the middle of each circular stack, stations that looked like pulpits protruded from the bottom all the way to the top. Thousands of those pulpits also represented thousands of extraterrestrial species, who stood before them to represent their various planets. Planet Fixic, Planet Diaperonian, Planet Draconet, Planet Osius, Planet Hixto, Planet Diov, Planet Tranvida, Planet Oxlark, Planet Tribites, Planet Gundabalt, Planet Zillion, Planet Claxosape, Planet Taurin, Planet Cyrus, Planet Osiris, Planet Orion, Planet Eustenbid, Planet VA, Planet Roidenstack, Planet V-B, Planet Kivendale, Planet T429 and so many other that participated in Aesop were all represented there by various extraterrestrial parties. Chapter 1481 This ice and tea what I wanted Angie, fight this. Don't let this ugly bastard pull your strings like a damn puppet, he called out to her, hoping to reach the part of her that still remembered who she was, who they were to each other. Angie's gaze met his for a fleeting moment, a spark of recognition flickering in her eyes before being extinguished as if snuffed out by the overwhelming darkness that surrounded them. Gustav's heart ached at the sight, a tumult of emotions raging within him as he struggled against the enveloping darkness that sought to claim him and the others. Not long after, Endrick, Eldris, and Gustav started showing signs of a terrifying transformation. They then realized that the longer they stayed trapped in the sinister embrace of the dark matter, the more they were going to transform. As time went by, their figures started to darken, an ominous indication that their existence was slowly merging with the dimension. Despair clawed at Gustav as he witnessed the gradual fading of Endrick and Eldris, their identities being swallowed by the relentless darkness. However, unlike them, Gustav's body resisted the darkening effect. And although his physical form remained unaltered, he found himself ensnared, unable to break free from the dark clutches that held him captive. Desperation set in as he reached deep within himself, attempting to awaken the slumbering force of cosmic superiority. The power, a rare and formidable force, lay dormant, stubbornly eluding his grasp when he needed it most. Endrik also tried calling upon Husarius, but their link seemed to have been disconnected upon his arrival in that plane. Time was a luxury they did not have, as Endrik and Ealdris teetered on the brink of complete integration with the dimension. Frustration mounted within Gustav as he realized the grim fate awaiting them if he failed to act. In a final, desperate plea, he yelled at the dark being, "Free them or I swear I'll erase you from existence." His voice, laden with a mix of threats and despair, echoed through the dimension, a feeble challenge to the overwhelming power before them. The being, shrouded in darkness, responded with a laugh that chilled the air around them, his robes rippling as if amused by Gustav's futile defiance. "Like I told you earlier, you have no power here," he taunted, his voice a sinister whisper that seemed to emanate from the darkness. Fuhoop Tilda. Just as all hope seemed lost, a new figure emerged within the realm, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere with an aura of unbridled power. "What are you doing here?" Gustav yelled after spotting the newly arrived figure. Falco's arrival was marked by a surge of energy that rippled across the dimension. After making contact with Ealdris and Endrik, a miraculous transformation occurred. Their bodies, which had started to succumb to the darkness, reverted to their original color, the ominous integration halted by Falco's intervention. The dark being moved to intercept him, his robes billowing menacingly as he prepared to exert his control. However, Falco's voice, commanding and resolute, stopped him in his tracks. "Amir, as your next exer, I command you to stop." The authority in his words was undeniable, imbued with a power that even Amir could not ignore. The realm fell silent for a moment, the tension palpable as the balance of power shifted. Falco seized the opportunity, his actions swift and decisive. He grabbed Gustav, Ealdris, and Endrik, pulling them out of the dark matter's grasp with an ease that belied the gravity of their situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished with them, leaving the surroundings behind. Angie and the being named Amir remained. "Why did I?" Amir was astonished at how Falco had managed to leave him momentarily short of words. He realized that Falco was much more powerful than they had anticipated. "My lord would have my head." Falco, Gustav, Endrik, and Ealdris emerged from the rift, reappearing on the desolate terrain beside the ancient monolith. Their arrival was not marked by the triumphant air of victors but rather enveloped in a palpable cloud of regret and sorrow. The atmosphere was thick, heavy with the weight of what had transpired in the other plane and the haunting absence of one of their own. Rhea, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed towards them, his eyes scanning their faces for any sign of Angie. The question hung in the air, unspoken yet deafening in its silence. "Where's Angie?" he finally asked with a fragile whisper. Gustav simply shook his head, a silent gesture that conveyed the depth of their failure. He walked away from the group, finding solace in the solitude of his thoughts as he sat on the barren ground, his posture one of utter dejection. Ealdris, his expression somber, took it upon himself to recount their harrowing experience. He spoke of how they had come tantalizingly close to rescuing Angie, only to be thwarted by an overwhelming darkness and a being named Amir. He explained how their existence had almost been integrated into the dimension, their fate sealed if not for Falco's timely intervention. Caught in a maelstrom of emotions, Gustav's frustration and sorrow manifested in a burst of anger directed at Falco. "Why didn't you get Angie too?" he demanded, his voice laced with a mix of accusation and desperation. Falco, unfazed by the outburst, responded with a calmness that seemed out of place amidst the turmoil. "I wanted to, more than anything," he said, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken pain. "But we had to leave immediately. If my father had intervened, none of us would have made it back. Amir could only be incapacitated by my command for a moment, and I haven't fully embraced my transition. It was all I could do." His words hung in the air, a sobering reminder of the delicate balance of power and the sacrifices made in the face of insurmountable odds. As the group grappled with their emotions, the reality of their situation settling heavy on their shoulders, the monolith began to pulse, a prelude to the closing of the rifts. It was their cue, the final moments before the pathways between dimensions sealed permanently, a bitter reminder of their loss and the price of their journey. Suddenly, the air shifted, a tangible change that drew their attention back to the monolith. The rifts, supposed to be closing, began to ripple, pulsating with an energy that was both unfamiliar and intense. The fabric of space seemed to warp around the monolith, the boundaries between planes blurring as an unforeseen force exerted its will upon the natural order. "What's happening?" Rhea asked, his voice a mix of trepidation and awe. He stepped backwards. "I don't know, but it's not supposed to be like this," Endrick replied, his gaze fixed on the monolith, trying to decipher the cause of the anomaly. As they watched, the rifts expanded, the pulsating energy growing in intensity, threatening to engulf the monolith and everything around it. It was a spectacle that defied explanation, a phenomenon that hinted at forces beyond their understanding at play. The group stood in silence, their minds racing as they tried to comprehend the unfolding events. Something is trying to get through," Gustav voiced in realization. "But they can't, right? You said it yourself that they can't get out here." Eldris voiced in bafflement. "Yes, they shouldn't be able to, but..." Gustav's tone grew troubled. "The person on the other end is exerting a lot of power and preventing the rift from closing because they are trying to push their way through. It should be impossible to even stall it for a second, but this person must be very powerful. I'm talking power that could pretty much end galaxies with as little as a snort," Endrick voiced while gulping saliva. "It has to be Father," Falco voiced in horror. As the rifts around the ancient monolith vibrated with an unnatural frequency, the air around them began to tremble, heralding the onset of a catastrophic event. From the depths of the shimmering rifts, a dark mist emerged, creeping across the barren landscape like a living entity with a malevolent will of its own. It was no ordinary fog but a harbinger of decay, an ethereal force that seemed to leach the essence of life and time from everything it touched. The desolate planet, already a stark canvas of desiccation, began to tremble under the influence of the otherworldly phenomenon. Cracks spread across the planet like spiderwebs, each fissure pulsing with the same eerie energy emanating from the rifts. The ground beneath their feet heaved as if the planet itself was in its death throes, reacting to the invasive mist with violent convulsions. As the mist advanced, the surrounding rocks and remnants of once mighty structures began to change. They turned darker, their surfaces cracking and crumbling as if subjected to the relentless passage of millennia within moments. It was as though the mist carried the weight of untold ages within it, a force capable of condensing eons of decay and decline into mere seconds. Gustav, Falco, Endrick, Eldris, and Rhea watched in horror as the landscape around them was consumed by the relentless advance of darkness and time. "We can't stay here," Gustav stated, his voice barely audible over the groaning of the planet. Chapter 1482 On a cycle. Do not unlock yet. Good luck. Endrick tapped EE's shoulder twice before following after Gustav. "These two little fuckers," EE sighed. Gustav's fingertips emitted bluish beams as he drew rectangular lines in mid-air. A spatial doorway appeared and he stepped in alongside Endrick. They entered a space of Gustav's making where an oddly shaped device was centered. Gustav tapped on a couple of buttons attached to the device and it shot out rays of light that displayed a particular part of outer space. Within the display, a mixture of gray and white matter that seemed alive engulfed orbital bodies in the distance. Right before their very eyes, Gustav and Endrick could see stars as large as the Milky Way sun, asteroids and every other thing in sight get drawn into the gray and white matter. It cruised through space with its gigantic form and vanished not too long after. The device then went on to make a couple of analyses based on the properties of the gray and white matter. "I knew it," Gustav mumbled. "Knew what? What are we looking at here?" Endrick inquired with a tone of curiosity. "Do you see this signature right here?" Gustav pointed at one of the displays that had a sign. "Yeah. That shows that whatever the warp demolator consumes doesn't necessarily get destroyed. Then, what happens to them? It's a spatial sign that interprets that they get transported to an entirely different location from where they were in space. What? That's insane. I know, right? To be able to teleport orbital masses of that size. Incredible. At that point, Gustav began to put two and two together. You're finally getting closer to the truth, the system voiced in his mind. You have always shunned it whenever I mentioned the destruction of planet Humbad. Does this mean their planet just got swallowed up by the warp demolator and transferred elsewhere? You already arrived at the answer. Why still ask? Because a lot of details are still missing. The warp demolator appears randomly even though I can read its appearance now. How did the Slarkovs know that their planet was in danger of being swallowed up before it appeared? They must have left before the appearance of the warp demolator, which means they lied about their planet getting destroyed. What is the aim and objective here? I don't get it, Gustav rambled internally while staring at the device before him. That's what the 5-year quest is for. Find Dimension 6 in Planet Humbad and the answers will be waiting for you, the system voiced. That's where the problem lies. The warp demolator scanner has confirmed the spatial transportation, but where they were transported to? Gustav stared at the readings before him. What do all these mean? Endrik pointed at the bottom half of the readings. That is where the warp demolator scanner says they were transported to, Gustav responded. Reappearance determined. Stagnant citrus void number 792. What is a stagnant citrus void? Endrik questioned, looking clueless. Since there are orbital bodies, planets, stars, asteroids, moons, they can only be transported to some sort of galaxy. The only problem is, this stagnant citrus void does not exist. Gustav had a conflicted expression after reaching the end of his statement. How is that possible? Surely they can't be transported to somewhere that doesn't exist. Endrik folded his arms while reeling forward in confusion. It could be a pocket dimension. Endrik added. A pocket dimension can't hold so many orbital bodies like that. The laws of gravitational balance and space would not allow it. They would attract to each other, causing a collision that would wipe everything out of existence, the orbital bodies and dimensions included, Gustav explained. What if the stagnant citrus is just a place that you don't know about? Maybe we just need to ask around, Endrik suggested. I read every marked territory across the universe during our training in the MBO. I took the memories of the space pirate who has experienced journeying across galaxies for decades. During our time out of Earth, I further broadened my knowledge and I gained enlightenment about unsourced locations when my cosmic superiority forced me into a meeting with the other cosmic superior beings. Knowledge beyond alphas that are older than 1,000 years old. Trust me when I say, I've never heard of stagnant citrus, Gustav iterated with such pompousness, that Endrik fell speechless. Well, you are the outworldly after all, Endrik voiced with a casual shrug. So what else have we not considered? He proceeded to inquire. This sign, Gustav pointed at a very odd sign close to the bottom area of the readings. I know what this one means. Premonition, Endrik stated. Yeah, but how is it related to all this? Gustav wondered out loud. Maybe the 5 premonitions? No, it is something else, Endrik swiftly corrected himself. Yeah, it is something else. Gustav shot a thoughtful gaze at the readings before coming to a decision. Let's be ready for when next the warp demolator appears. Gustav sauntered towards the right. Why? What are you planning? Endrik questioned, but soon his eyes widened in realization. Don't tell me. The MBO tower. I don't understand this request of yours, Officer EE, Commander Xanatus voiced with a look of confusion. The Death Angel that was captured, the research center is doing all they can to crack down on it and gather more information about the other side, right? EE threw out this question. Yes, indeed that is true, Commander Xanatus replied. I am saying I can help. Remember, I was one of the few who had a personal encounter with them, EE voiced with a convincing tone. Did you suddenly figure something out? Commander Xanatus raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Yes, once I see it again in person, EE sat up and took note of Commander Xanatus' pondering expression. You know that unauthorized personnel are not allowed to head there, right? I do. It is a top-secret location even amongst MBO officers. I know. A brief silence ensued between them as Commander Xanatus peered into EE's eyes with suspicion. Tell me the true reason you want to head there, Commander Xanatus demanded. There is no. It's for him, I senti it. A smile suddenly appeared on Commander Xanatus' face. How did he? He couldn't have figured it out, right? EE gulped down saliva while maintaining eye contact with Commander Xanatus in a bid to decrease suspicion. I don't know what you're. Before EE could complete his sentence, Commander Xanatus cut him off. It's okay. I am an ally. I've always been. Did Gustav never tell you that we go way back? Commander Xanatus burst into a full-blown smile. East sat in place with a stunned look, unable to decide on what to say to deter the high-ranked officer before him. Commander Xanatus proceeded to pull out an image of him and Gustav receiving awards together and a few other holographic pictures of the meeting. Be careful though, if you had gone to another officer, things could have gone really bad, he voiced. Yeah. EE rubbed his head while letting out a sigh of relief. You're not very good at coming up with lies. You should learn from Gustav, Commander Xanatus pointed out. I'm not sure I want to learn that. EE lightly stroked his afro with a bashful look. You should. Gustav is a master in the art of deceit, Commander Xanatus was chuckling. That is true. Hold on, does this mean that you have been deceiving everyone like you were on their side with the allegations against Gustav all this time? EE inquired. Of course. I could never truly be on their side. I owe that kid my life. Commander Xanatus bore a reminiscent look. I am secretly working behind the scenes to clear his name, but I will not bore you with the details. We all have our parts to play in this. I'll help you get into the underground research center, Commander Xanatus added while reaching out to shake EE. Thank you. EE received the handshake with immense gratitude. Within the fiery depths of an active volcano, where molten lava bubbled and roiled with relentless fury, a figure sat amid red bubbling liquid. The air crackled with the searing heat of the molten rock, sending waves of intense heat radiating through the cavernous chamber. The figure exuded an aura of raw power, their presence commanding reverence that prevented the surroundings from having any effect on him. Molten lava flowed around him like a river of liquid fire. The figure got repeatedly bathed by the fiery liquid and yet his skin radiated with smoothness. His eyes were closed, almost like he was meditating in the perilous environment. Dark smoke pervaded the vicinity which didn't bother him in the slightest. After what seemed like ages, he suddenly opened his eyes. I told you, I don't want to be bothered until he returns. Chapter 1483 DNA. Chapter 1483 DN. A author's note. Do not unlock yet rival. Rhea yelled once more and lunged forward in joy. Gustav raised his right hand to block Rhea's face with a wry smile. Calm your excitement. Ealdris chuckled from behind as he stood to his feet. Don't be so harsh. He missed you, he stated. Everyone did, Ealdris added with a reminiscent look. How did you guys know I was on Earth? Gustav questioned with a slightly suspicious tone. Why did you think EE would keep it from us? Ealdris threw out the question, causing Gustav to shake his head slightly. It was supposed to be a quick pop in and out of Earth. And yet so many unexpected things happened, Gustav let out a small sigh. So that was you facing the clone. I suspected, Ealdris smiled while extending a fist. What clone? Rhea scratched his head cluelessly. Yeah, it was me, Gustav replied while bumping Ealdris' fist softly. That was just one out of the many things I faced since I arrived here. I still had to stop a mad scientist from getting rid of everyone's bloodline, fight Jack and mess with that MBO sign. Gustav couldn't believe just how crazy the last 2 weeks had gone. You fought Jack Sherwin? You were the one who messed with that MBO sign? Ealdris and Rhea voiced simultaneously in disbelief. Not by choice but yeah. Also, in a different timeline, Gustav took a seat and slumped back against the sofa. Who won? Rhea kicked his feet up excitedly while inquiring. Who do you think? Gustav voiced in response. Well, seeing as you are here now. Eldris couldn't even complete his sentence because he knew that would technically be saying Gustav was the most powerful on Earth. He knew it was possible in due time but couldn't fathom Gustav already reaching that level at 21 years old. Rival. You won. Ria's eyes widened in astonishment. No. It was barely a stalemate. I probably would be dead by now if he used full strength from the start, Gustav bluntly pointed out. Oh. Both Eldris and Ria voiced together. Anyways, at least I got to gauge his strength and understand what level I need to acquire before I can be on equal footing with him. Gustav strangely seemed glad about the encounter. The fact that you can even contend with him in the slightest is commendable. Eldris patted Gustav's shoulder twice. I only have a year more to not just be able to contend with him but reach a higher level of power or I fail the quest, Gustav reminded himself internally. So how did you get away from him? Ria questioned. I didn't. He had to leave to face that half-white and black unknown entity, Gustav responded. What half-white and black entity? Ria was extremely dumbfounded. Were you living under a rock? You're a part of the MBO, you should know. Gustav felt that Ria seemed too uninformed on some of the matters that he should be aware of. Technically he was living under a volcano, Eldris chimed in from the side causing Ria to smile wryly. Gustav was further confused by the revelation. Did you quit the MBO? No, I took a leave, Ria answered while rotating his right arm. He said he didn't want to be disturbed until you return, Eldris chuckled while revealing. Hey. He didn't have to know that. Ria yelled bashfully. He didn't stop channeling his bloodline in the active volcano until I informed him of your return, Eldris added while Ria pouted at the side. He is a lot more powerful now. I can sense it, Gustav voiced in observation. Ria's eyes widened in excitement. Really? Gustav nodded. From what I can sense, your energy is higher than Eldris. Well, family issues haven't exactly made me active this last year. I also took a leave from the MBO, Eldris revealed. Tell me all about it, Gustav showed a concerned expression. Nah, it's nothing to be bothered about, Eldris waved it off. But I did hear of that being. It is suspected to come from the same place as the Death Angels. Eldris couldn't help but sense an ominous feeling while mentioning it. If I was skeptical about that before, I am 100% certain now. Gustav then mentioned how the black and white entity broke the Death Angel out the last time. But how can it easily travel between worlds? Didn't you mention that the Death Angels were only able to do that because of that premonition thing that happened on planet Osius? Eldris asked, sounding conflicted. That's the mystery. If I hadn't reversed time, the Death Angel would be truly free by now. Gustav held his chin in bafflement. Wait, you can reverse time now? Ria's jaw dropped. I can do a lot of things now, Gustav voiced like it wasn't a big deal, but even Eldris was amazed. Damn. Just how powerful are you now? Ria questioned. Not powerful enough, Gustav replied. You weren't really planning on rescuing Falco and Angie all by yourself, right? Ria asked while folding his arms. I didn't want to get you guys involved. It would be too dangerous, Gustav shook his head. That's why EE informed us behind your back. You need all the help you can get if you intend to infiltrate that other dimension, Eldris pointed out. No. Only I and Endrik will be heading there after we've gathered all the items we need, Gustav immediately refused. You can't stop us from coming with. Falco and Angie are our friends too. Do you know how long I've been waiting to do something about their rescue? Now that the opportunity has presented itself, I won't sit back, Ria voiced with a fired-up expression. They both stared at the look on Gustav's face, hoping for some type of reaction. After a brief silence, Gustav stood to his feet. No. Gustav Crimson is on Earth. I can feel it. Within an office, situated in an MBO base, a high-ranking female officer roamed the place with a conflicted expression. She had a long, green, ponytail while the rest of her hair was sky blue. Her face had cat-like features with whiskers, but overall, her body was humanoid in structure. For how long have you been feeling this way, ma'am? An MBO major questioned from the other end. A little over 2 weeks now, she replied. Could you perhaps be referring to the clone? The 5-foot-tall major with a blue slimy face questioned. No. I am very much aware of the clone. I am talking about the real deal. He is here. She kept prancing about the place with a look of confliction. I don't know, ma'am. The MBO major was clueless. Think, Gohan. Think, what anomaly has occurred during that time frame, she questioned, causing pressure to descend upon the surroundings. Except for the clone, I can't really think of anything else, ma'am. Gohan shook his head. I said think. She yelled with a horrifying tone, causing Gohan to tremble in place. I think there's... Gohan kept stuttering in uncertainty. Oh, just spit it out, she stated with a tone of annoyance. I just recall that there was a mention of Jack's encounter with the person who faced the clone. He said in another timeline the Earth was in trouble because of the appearance of that black and white entity. Time was rewound, but he remembered that it happened because of his strength, Gohan tooted on. He left the clone in the hands of the person who took it on and returned to the research facility. Ma'am Raina, he said. The person informed him. Gohan paused to see if she was starting to see the pattern. That person who faced the clone, did we ever figure out his identity? General Raina questioned rhetorically. Gohan shook his head in response. But a person powerful enough to reverse time on a scale where even Jack would be affected must at least be an alpha ranked or maybe even higher. The number of mixed bloods on that level of power is around 200 in the entire populace of billions. We have records for them and know the names of each and every one of them. None of them has this ability. When Gohan got to this point, General Raina's eyes widened. Since this isn't a recorded alpha, it means that this person must have become an alpha after the last one was recorded, which was years ago. If they were on Earth when it happened or weren't in hiding, then it would be a part of the public records, but because they were in hiding. General Raina came to a pause as a sense of realization hit her. Get latest Uvel ch Ters on Envelbjin. CM. The person who faced the clone was the real Gustav in disguise, Gohan stated with a tone of certainty. Now we just need proof. General Raina stopped prancing at this moment. Where would someone like Gustav Crimson hide out? Chapter 1484 Dwell and Learn. Chapter 1484 Dwell and Learn. Author's note. Unedited chapter. Gustav responded by initiating a projection that filled the room with data, a visual symphony of numbers, symbols, and cryptic words, interspersed with images showing an ashy trail streaking across space. The key to finding Humbad lies in deciphering this, Gustav explained, his finger tracing the lines of data as they floated holographically in midair. He paused at two recurring terms that seemed to anchor the chaos of information: stagnant citrus void and premonition. Gustav continued. The stagnant citrus void is where I believe planet Humbad is. The problem is that according to what I know, it also is a place that doesn't exist in any known location within the universe. So what of the premonition? Are they linked with the 5 premonitions? Aeldris inquired. I don't think so. I think this premonition represents something else. Representation for the location or key to accessing the stagnant citrus void. Meanwhile, back on Earth, in a facility orbiting high above the planet's surface, a different scene unfolded. A floating prison, specifically designed for holding aliens, was a marvel of modern technology. Its exterior was a composite of dark metals and energy fields, rotating slowly with the Earth's orbit, its presence a silent sentinel in the cold vacuum of space. Inside, the environment was starkly minimalist, functional to its core. The cells were designed not with bars, but with energy fields humming with a low, almost imperceptible buzz. At the center of one such cell floated a being, its form nebulous and shifting, contained by the force of the high-tech restraints. Elevra stood outside the energy field, her figure bathed in the soft blue light that emanated from the cell's containment system. Her hair fluttered as her commanding presence contrasted sharply with the dim, utilitarian surroundings. Who is the leader of the Gustavo Alliance? And where is their base located? Elevra asked, her voice firm and devoid of any warmth. It was a question she had posed several times, each iteration as pointed as the last. The being inside the cell, its form coalescing into a more humanoid appearance, replied with a tone that was both weary and defiant. The answer remains the same as it has. It's Gustav. He leads, and they follow. Elevra's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of irritation passing over her features. I know that Gustav has nothing to do with this. Tell me the truth, who pulls the strings? She countered smoothly. The seal was so strong, so impenetrable, that not even the might of the ancient executioners could break it on their own. My birth, my very existence, was the key to creating the first breach. Rhea, always quick to grasp the implications, leaned forward. So, your existence alone weakened the seal? But how does that relate to the premonitions we've been encountering? Falco sighed, the weight of his destiny apparent in his posture. The premonitions, they are not random cosmic events. They are rituals, each carefully planned and executed to weaken the seal further. And when the fifth premonition appears, the seal will be completely destroyed. Eldris, who was starting to understand the situation, interjected, "You're saying that the appearances of these ancient executioners' body parts during the premonitions are sacrifices?" Falco nodded grimly. Exactly. Each part of the executioners that manifests and is then sacrificed contributes to the weakening of the seal. Those are body parts that will be lost to them forever, but that is a testament to the seal's strength, considering that the ancient executioners are among the second most powerful beings within my father's realm. The silence within the spacecraft was palpable, but it only lasted for a few seconds as Falco cut through the silence with the remaining part of his tail. So much so that they haven't been conscious in hundreds of thousands of years because they serve only one purpose. The revelation stirred a mix of horror and fascination among the crew. The notion that such powerful entities were being used as mere tools in a larger scheme was unsettling. Rhea, trying to understand the broader implications, asked, "What happens if the seal is broken completely? What does your father hope to achieve?" Falco looked at each of them, his gaze lingering as if measuring the impact of his next words. "If the seal breaks, it will release something bound since the dawn of this universe's memory. Something my father believes should not have been sealed away, or should I say someone?" He turned to face Gustav. "Someone you specifically sealed away." "What? Gustav? How could Gustav have sealed someone away from so long ago?" Rhea and Eldris voiced out their confusion. "Because he was there. He is the Outworldly. I finally understand what the Outworldly is, what the title entails. Gustav, do you even know who you are? I can take a wild guess from everything you've mentioned, but even I don't believe it myself." Gustav shook his head slightly. "He is telling the truth though. That is why you play a key part in stopping this," Endrick voiced from the side. "So what exactly happens when the seal is gone?" Rhea questioned again. "The Overseer will return. All beings of the higher planes will have a foothold in ours again, and believe me, it isn't a sight you wanna live to see." Falco shook his head. "Then we must make sure the final premonition doesn't happen. We can't allow this seal to break." Gustav responded. Falco's expression softened, appreciating Gustav's resolve. "I thought you might say that, and I'm with you. While I was born to facilitate my father's plans, my journey with you all, it has shown me a different path. One that I choose to follow, standing against the darkness my father seeks to unleash." Eldris, moved by Falco's declaration, placed a supportive hand on his shoulder. "Then it's settled. We'll stand together, as we always have. And Falco, we're not just fighting beside you out of duty but out of belief in you, in the choice you've made to defy what was written for you." The group's resolve hardened, fortified by the bonds they had formed through countless battles and shared burdens. "But how do we do that? We couldn't stop the premonitions before, how are we gonna stop them now?" Rhea's question broke the silence. "Well, come up with something. I need to complete 2 quests first," Gustav responded while a system panel appeared before him. Quests, duration, progress, 59-100%. Time elapsed, less than 4 years, duration, progress, 94-100%. Time elapsed, less than 4 years. I wonder how the system calculates the difference between power. Gustav thought about how he could use Cohelia to swallow anything up and how he also had cosmic superiority as another leverage over anyone, no matter how powerful. Remembering his special abilities made him wonder the aspect of strength the system calculated. What does it matter? You've made much progress, the system chipped in. Whatever, from the looks of things, I would probably be able to close in that 6% in less than a year's time. The real issue is Dimension 6 in Planet Humbad, Gustav thought internally with a look of perplexity. We have to find Planet Humbad, Gustav announced. The statement dropped like a meteor in the midst of the group, eliciting a mix of shock and confusion. Ria, as always, was the first to respond. Gustav, Planet Humbad was destroyed thousands of years ago. How are we supposed to find something that doesn't exist? Eldris and Falco were just as confused except Endrik, whose expression remained unfazed. That's where you're wrong, Endrik interjected, his voice steady and sure. The destruction of Humbad is a widely accepted fact, but it's a facade, a cover-up for much deeper truths hidden by the Slarkovs themselves. Gustav nodded at Endrik's clarification, appreciating the support. Exactly. And within Humbad, in what is known as Dimension 6, lies something crucial for handling our current predicament with the seal. We must locate it. The revelation that Humbad still existed, possibly holding the keys to the answers they desperately needed, was beyond their comprehension. The story of Planet Humbad was one that had been told since forever to the masses on Earth. They had grown up with it, and so had their fathers and their fathers' fathers. It was hard to swallow that it had been a generational lie, but it slowly began to sink in. But what about Angie? She's still trapped within the dark plane. Do we give up on rescuing her? Ria questioned with a mix of worry and frustration. I haven't forgotten about Angie. I more than anyone want to rescue her. But consider this, if Thief kept her alive all this time, they must still need her. That means she's relatively safe for now. Our main focus must shift to finding Humbad. It might be our best chance to save her and everyone else. Falco, absorbing the strategy laid out by Gustav, added his perspective. Gustav is right. Angie has some kind of usefulness to my father, and that is more so now than ever since he can't control me. If Gustav says finding Humbad could help us, then I trust his judgment. Eldris chimed in at that moment. The question remains, how do we find a planet that seemed to have vanished from existence? Where do we even begin? Chapter 1485 It is epic. Chapter 1485 It is epic. Author's note. Unedited chapter. Gustav's confusion deepened into concern. In my name? That's absurd. I have no connection to this so-called alliance. Right now, we are deep into deciphering data related to finding Planet Humbad. We have enough on our plate. EE nodded, understanding the complexity of Gustav's predicament. I get it, man, but you need to know your reputation is taking a hit. Every planet they take over in your name makes it worse. The Intergalactic Alliance will have more of a reason to condemn you. Gustav leaned back, rubbing his temples in frustration. That's a reputation I'll have to endure for now, he said resignedly. Until we resolve the current situation. Maybe you could consider going after them? EE suggested. I don't know. We really don't have much time left, Gustav answered. The transmission continued, the weight of the universe's eyes on them growing heavier by the moment. EE shifted his attention to Falco, who had been quiet in the background. And Falco, EE added, his tone softening, your earthly father misses you. Any plans of coming to say hi soon? EE seemed to have already been briefed on everything that transpired as he spoke with a knowing tone. I miss him too, but... Falco replied, his voice tinged with a mix of nostalgia and determination. This takes priority at the moment. Maybe you could help me send a message. Tell him, I'm fine, he added. EE smiled slightly, a brief respite from the dire news he had delivered. I will. Stay safe, all of you. I will try my best to stabilize things over here. The holographic image flickered as the transmission prepared to end. Keep us updated, EE, Gustav said firmly. EE nodded before the transmission ended. After the transmission ended, Gustav went back to facing the display of data relating to the warp demolator and stagnant citrus void. Endrik turned to Gustav with a look of earnest inquiry. You've been poring over this data in the last few days. What have you uncovered? Any insights that could help us navigate to Humbad? The rest leaned in, anticipation hanging palpable in the air. They all respected Gustav's intellect, which had proven on countless occasions to be second to none. His ability to discern patterns and meanings where others saw only chaos was almost legendary. Gustav, who had been staring intently at the holographic symbols and equations, finally turned to face them. His expression was one of cautious intrigue, hinting at the depth of his discoveries. I have a multitude of theories, he began slowly, his voice measured, but there is one that resonates the most, is perhaps the most radical. The crew shifted, their interest piqued as they prepared to delve into one of Gustav's quintessential revelations. Gustav continued, remember I mentioned that the stagnant citrus void is not any known place within the universe? But what if it doesn't exist yet? A murmur of surprise and skepticism ran through the group, with Falco furrowing his brows in confusion. Doesn't exist yet? How? Gustav replied by pointing back to the display where the symbol for premonition floated next to the term stagnant citrus void. We've been interpreting premonition as a warning or a vision of impending events. But what if in this context, it doesn't just mean foresight? What if it's actually a clue indicating the future? Eldris, trying to keep up, chimed in, are you saying that the stagnant citrus void is a place that doesn't exist yet but will exist in the future? Author's note, check out my new novel Evos Legacy, Rise of the Strongest System Bearer. Everything that happens is the will of our Lord God. Gustav. Don't be a misguided sapien, join the cause of our Lord, the being voiced once more like a fanatic. If you spit one more bullshit again, I will obliterate you, Elevra threatened. The being's form shimmered, its fear palpable even through the containment field. You think you are powerful, but your abilities are nothing but mere flickers of shadows compared to our god Gustav. The shield behind which the true powers convene. Elevra stepped closer to the field, her presence imposing. Your cooperation is your only path to lesser confinement. Help us, and we can help you. Who is behind this? Our Lord Gustav. The being sounded like a brainwashed fanatic. Elevra fixed her intense gaze upon the nebulous form of the imprisoned being. This is getting repetitive. Tell me the truth, who is behind the Gustavo alliance? She demanded, her voice echoing slightly off the smooth walls, imbued with an authority that brooked no defiance. The being inside the cell, its form shimmering with a yellow light, replied with a fervor that bordered on fanaticism. Gustav is our god, our personal savior. There is no behind, for he is the forefront, the guiding light of our mission. Elevra's eyes narrowed, her patience wearing thin. Spare me your zealotry. I need names, structures. Who orchestrates the moves? Does Gustav even know of the existence of you lots? The being seemed to curl within itself, a flicker of hesitation passing through its ethereal form. You seek shadows in a well-lit room. Gustav is the epitome, the culmination of our faith and actions. We are his to command, his to deploy as he sees fit on the chessboard of this universe. Unsatisfied with the circular answers, Elevra shifted tactics. Then tell me about your aims for attacking Earth. What was the objective? We were to bring Earth under our dominion, as we have done with other planets, the being responded, its voice a mixture of pride and regret. But we underestimated Earth's strength. Our unit thought ourselves too mighty even though we were warned. It matters not. Where we have failed, others will succeed. They shall carry out the grand design. Elevra pressed on, her tone sharpening like a blade. And what is this grand design? What is the endgame of your so-called Gustavo alliance? The room tensed as the being paused, its brightness dimming as if drawing in energy for a significant revelation. The endgame, it began, its voice now a hollow echo of its former vigor, is to support our Lord and Savior Gustav in his ultimate mission to bring an end to the existence of the universe. The words hung heavy in the air, charged with the magnitude of their implications. Elevra felt a chill run down her spine as Gustav's face flashed in her mind. To end the universe, she repeated, disbelief threading through her words. Gustav would never do that. These fools must have higher ups that pursue such a goal. Such madness. Elevira spat. It is not madness but enlightenment, the being insisted. To end is to begin anew. Our Lord Gustav sees the flaws in the fabric of reality, the errors in the cosmos code. He wishes to reset it, to create something purer, free from the chaos that currently defines it. Doesn't sound like him at all, so now I'm assured that these fools are acting on their own. I need to tell Elevira's mind pieced together the information with makeshift scenarios. You speak of apocalypse as if it's a renewal, she countered sharply. That's destruction on an unimaginable scale. Lives, planets, entire galaxies erased. For what? A chance for your little group to play God? She knew Gustav wasn't responsible for what they had in mind, but she was nonetheless bothered because they obviously had plans to set in motion. What are beings but brief sparks in the eternal darkness? Gustav offers a return to the singularity from whence all arose. A noble sacrifice, a return to purity. Elevira felt a surge of anger and helplessness, her fists clenching at her sides. This was no mere terrorist organization or a tyrannical regime seeking dominion. They were dealing with a cult with existential destruction as their creed. You're delusional, but your beliefs are your own, Elevira finally said, her voice cold as the void outside. But know this, when the real Gustav eventually set his sights on you fools, everything will come to an end. Pray you don't make a stupid decision before then, because erasure would be the least of your concerns. With those final words, Elevira turned sharply on her heel and exited the containment area. Her steps were measured, but inside, her thoughts were a maelstrom. The silence of space was absolute, broken only by the muffled sound of the spacecraft's engines and the soft beeps of its operating systems that only echoed within an enclosed bubble. Gustav and the others gathered around the control room before a console. A holographic display casted a blue glow across their faces as an intergalactic transmission with seemed to be playing out. Gustav, we've just repelled another attack by the Gustavo Alliance. They're becoming increasingly troublesome, he voiced with a disturbed tone. Gustav's brow furrowed in confusion as he responded, the Gustavo Alliance? I've never even come across a single one of them, but I've heard of some weird groups using my name. Sighed, his face weary from the burdens of what transpired on Earth. Do you know they've also been conquering planets in your name? They are spreading the belief across the universe that you are their leader, their so-called god. Chapter 1486 The Deed. Chapter 1486 The Deed. Author's note. Unedited chapter. Damn, maybe I should have used that one. Nearly face-palmed. I still do not understand what you're talking about, General. Why is the girl a problem exactly? She isn't who you came here to find. Decided to stop mentioning relatives or any other excuse and outright played coy. True, she isn't the one I am looking for. General Rayner arrived before once more and stared into his eyes briefly. But maybe she has connections to him. Immediately after adding, she turned to the side and started walking towards Cersei. You don't mind if I ask her a few questions, do you? General Rayner emitted an intimidating presence while approaching. Without a warrant or anything that advocates a crime isn't that against her rights? Voiced with a tone that slightly hinted at trepidation. Just a few, friendly, simple questions. Nothing much unless there is something to hide. General Rayner turned slightly to shoot a glance. Haha, knock yourself out, General, laughed wryly. I don't like where this is going, screamed internally. General Rayner proceeded to bring out a holographic tab which displayed a picture of Gustav. Have you seen this person before? She questioned with a keen gaze. Bang, bang, boom. Powerful ripples spread across the air due to an ongoing battle between a trio. Fwish tilde after images could be spotted in the skies as they engaged one another powerfully. Blasts often rang out, and despite being distant from the surface, the icy terrain would occasionally split and shatter from the residual energy. No normal person could witness the ongoing battle due to their unparalleled speed as they bolted across the skies. However, on closer look, it was a 2 versus 1 battle. The figure in the middle was continuously deflecting blows from the other two and appeared to be doing it rather easily. One of the two had his arms covered in rocks as he repeatedly threw fierce jabs at the figure in the middle. Bang! 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 The figure in between swayed his hands causally, slapping the fists away before they made contact. His arms looked like they were moving 1,000,000 times in just 1 second. Bang! He slapped the one covered in rocks away, sending him hurling across the air. Bam! 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 He slammed into the icy surface below, sliding across it and forming wide crevices due to the force of the attack. Meanwhile, the other one whose attack had also been repeatedly getting deflected now had to face the figure with dark hair alone. "Thanks for doing this, Sir Jack," he voiced in gratitude before opening his eyes. "Not a problem. I was starting to get bored here anyways," Jack responded with a smile as he stared at the multiple twinkling colors in the eyes of the 75 youngster with silver hair before him. Jack's smile suddenly vanished the moment the world before him lost all color. He felt the space around him bending and contrasting in a very eerie manner while the youngster across from him was the only being with color. "Impressive." Jack's smile returned as he praised. "Not impressive enough if you're still smiling." Eldris' silver hair floated as he raised his index finger, which had a swirling mass of numerous colors above it. Waving it forward slightly, the swirling mass sped towards Jack, who responded by thrusting a palm forward. Fuhush tilde a star-patterned construct materialized into existence, fighting against the colorless domain as it flickered occasionally with colors. Like a switch turning off and on, the construct collided with the swirling mass of multiple colors, causing a mass of blackness to form upon merging. "Thank you," Eldris smiled while spreading his palms apart. "Pa." The moment he clasped his hands together, an incredibly immense suction force was generated from the dark mass. With such powerful suction force, even the earth should have been swallowed up in an instant. However, this suction force only seemed to affect Jack, who found himself unable to fight against it. "This is ridiculous," he voiced internally as the black swirling mass pulled him into its center and formed restraints that held him in place. "Now!" Eldris yelled. Boom! A loud explosion rang out from underneath as the icy terrain ruptured and a figure sped upwards with such immense force that it tore a line across the sky. A tempest accompanied by a flaming mountain of ice and volcanic magma trailed across the air with unbridled intensity. Behind it was Rhea, who stomped onto the bottom, sending it spiraling at the restrained Jack. Boom! A deafening collision reverberated across the vicinity, bringing with it harsh winds that blew everything away. Rhea and Eldris included. Shockwaves spread across the air, turning miles of the icy terrain beneath to water. Everyone within a 500-mile radius could feel the earth quaking intensely like it was about to give way. The battle was being fought in the sky, and yet it had greatly affected the surface beneath. "Did we get him?" Rhea voiced from below. "Being the strongest mixed blood in existence. You know the answer to that," Eldris smiled wryly. Not long after, Jack appeared in the distance where the skies were completely void of clouds. The last blast had blown them all away. He floated in place, practically unscathed except for a few cuts on his clothes. "TCH, why is he so overpowered?" Rhea felt like all his months of seclusion had been thrown down the drain. "Ha ha ha, come on Rhea, even Gustav would be unable to win," Eldris reminded him from the side. "But has not even injured. I trained for so long and am still so weak," Rhea voiced with a tone of defeat. Jack's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing before Rhea in the next instant. "You're not weak," Jack raised his palm to show Rhea that it was scalded. "You're just up against me. Some alphas would be unable to cause me even the tiniest bit of damage, so don't sell yourself short," Jack patted Rhea's shoulder. "Really?" Rhea's face suddenly lit up in excitement. "Of course. I'd say you're powerful enough to contend with a bet-ranked mixed blood, and being that powerful at such a young age means that you will be stronger than me when you're my age," Jack smiled while floating upwards. "I'll give you 2 for effort. At least you made me use a pretty high level of strength to not only get out of that restraint but also block your attack." Jack turned around to fly away after revealing. "Thank you," Rhea yelled, but he was already gone. Praise from the world's strongest. "Today is not a bad day," Eldris descended while speaking. How did you do that trapped thing? Rhea questioned with a hint of curiosity. Oh, that. I just bound his energy to my attack and used it to lure his essence and merge him into it. No one should be able to get out of that restraint so long as they attack it instead of evading, Eldris explained. But he got out of it, Rhea said with a tone of confoundment. He is Jack Sherwin. Within ES apartment, General Rayner stared down at Cersei, who kept answering all her questions with no. So you've never seen Gustav Crimson before? You don't know who he is and you have no connection to him? General Rayner voiced with her tone rising every second. Cersei shook her head in response. General, you said this was gonna be friendly and brief. Would you please stop harassing the poor girl? EE voiced from the side with a tone of annoyance. General Rayner wore a smile and stood upright before turning around. I have checked, there is nothing, Gohan voiced from the side. No records, no birth certificate, no database whatsoever on this young girl. It's like she just appeared out of thin air, he added. How intriguing, coming into existence around the same period Gustav Crimson is suspected to be on Earth. What an interesting coincidence indeed. General Rayner gazed at EE briefly to note his reaction. EE was quiet, seemingly racking his brain on how to respond to her. Since someone that doesn't exist is currently in here, I guess it wouldn't be what I do to her now, would it? General Rayner suddenly reached out at that moment to grab Cersei. General Rayner, what are you doing? EE yelled while strutting forward, but before he could get close, Gohan threw a glowing icy cube towards the floor before him. 3 tilde, a triangular barrier of light suddenly surrounded EE, trapping him in place. You use spatial abilities, right? That will keep you from interfering for a while. General Rayner smiled while watching EE bang the walls of the barrier constantly. He tried to conjure a vortex but to no avail. General Rayner drove a fist into Cirrus' belly at that moment, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Cersei, let her go, you witch. EE voiced out in anguish. Just stay in there and don't interfere. General Rayner turned to face Cersei once more before raising her. I'm only dealing with someone who shouldn't exist. Immediately after saying that, she threw another punch forward. Enough. Chapter 1487 Longer Maintenance. Chapter 1487 Longer Maintenance. Author's note. Unedited chapter. It was an intricate dance, each aspect needing to fall into perfect harmony with the others. Gustav visualized a triangle, each point representing one of the 3 elements. They needed to converge at the center, creating a unified force. The yellow shade of Gustav's body deepened to a low shade of gold. He felt himself drawing closer to the goal, the connection between his soul, mind, and body growing stronger. Every fiber of his being thrummed with energy, a resonance that felt both alien and deeply familiar. It was as if he were reaching out to touch the fabric of the universe itself. Stark watched with a mixture of awe and frustration. His own attempts at the transformation had yielded no results, and he could only admire Gustav's tenacity and progress. You're almost there, Stark murmured, more to himself than to Gustav. After what felt like an eternity but was only a few hours, Gustav entered a peak-focused state. His breathing slowed, his heart rate dropped, and his mind cleared of all distractions. In this heightened state, the alignment he sought finally clicked into place. It was like the chime of a bell, clear and pure, resonating through his very being. Suddenly, Gustav's body transformed. His skin turned a radiant gold, glowing with an otherworldly light. He felt an unfathomable and indescribable connection to realms beyond human understanding. It was as if he were one with the cosmos, able to perceive and interact with the very essence of existence. For that brief moment, everything made sense. Gustav's awareness expanded, touching upon the infinite possibilities and knowledge that lay beyond the mortal plane. He felt invincible, omnipotent, and yet profoundly at peace. It was a state of perfect unity, the culmination of his efforts and determination. Is this? It feels like I have transcended mortality. Gustav had never felt anything like this before. But the moment was fleeting. No sooner had he achieved this transcendence than it began to slip away. Gustav felt a wave of immense fatigue wash over him, his golden form flickering before reverting to its original state. He gasped, his body trembling with exhaustion. The transformation had drained him, leaving him weakened. "It's gone," Gustav muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Stark stepped forward, concern etched on his face. "Are you okay? You looked like you were there, just for a second." "I was," Gustav replied, his voice strained. "But I couldn't hold on to it." Stark placed a hand on Gustav's shoulder. "You've practically done it. You've made more progress than I have. Just rest for a bit and try again." Gustav nodded, taking deep breaths to steady himself. He couldn't give up now, not when he had come so far. The brief taste of the 3-in-1 golden body had only fueled his determination. He needed to achieve that state again, to master it. He closed his eyes and resumed his meditation, focusing on the alignment of his soul, mind, and body. Hours passed as he cycled through moments of near transformation and intense fatigue. Each attempt brought him closer, but maintaining the golden state eluded him. He visualized the triangle, the convergence point, the harmony he needed to achieve. Stark watched, his own frustrations momentarily forgotten as he saw Gustav's determination. He knew that if anyone could achieve and master this transformation, it was Gustav. Another hour passed, and Gustav felt the familiar resonance building within him. His body began to glow again, the yellow deepening to gold. He focused all his willpower on maintaining the alignment, on keeping his soul, mind, and body in perfect harmony. For a brief moment, he achieved the transformation again. His body shone with a radiant gold, the connection to the cosmos once more within his grasp. But the strain was immense, the energy required to maintain the state overwhelming. Gustav felt himself slipping, the golden glow fading as exhaustion took hold. Achieving it seems to be more easier than holding on to it. His voice was a mere whisper as he slumped to the ground. Stark knelt beside him, offering support. "You're doing great, Gustav. Just rest for a bit and try again." Gustav nodded, too tired to speak. After some time, Gustav took a deep breath, gathering his strength. "I need to find a way to channel the energy more efficiently. The trials, they were about testing my limits, pushing me to adapt. I need to use that adaptability to sustain the transformation." Stark nodded, understanding dawning. "You think you can do it?" "I have to try," Gustav replied, determination hardening his features. With renewed focus, Gustav resumed his meditation. He visualized the energy flowing through him, seeking ways to channel it more effectively. He remembered the strain of the trials, the need to adapt and overcome. Slowly, he began to adjust his approach, finding a rhythm that felt more sustainable. The yellow glow returned, deepening to gold. Gustav felt the alignment once more, the connection to the cosmos within his reach. However, no matter how much he tried, maintaining the 3-in-1 golden body seemed like an impossible task. Gustav sat on the cold, stone floor of the temple, his body trembling with fatigue but his spirit unbroken. Suddenly, a familiar glow filled the room, and Miss Amy's projection appeared before them. Her long, greyish hair flowed like a river, and her eyes sparkled with a mixture of pride and warmth. "Well done, Gustav," Miss Amy said, her voice gentle yet powerful. "You have made remarkable progress." Gustav looked up with a face full of fatigue. "Miss Amy, I managed to achieve it, but I can't seem to maintain it for more than a second." Miss Amy nodded, her expression understanding. The 3-in-1 golden body is not something that can be easily attained or maintained. Even achieving it for a few milliseconds is a tremendous feat. It takes an incredible amount of energy and focus. "But how can it be useful if I can't hold it for longer?" Gustav asked, his frustration evident. "The fact that you can activate it at all is a testament to your strength and potential," Miss Amy explained. "You are a cosmic superior being, Gustav. This is why you were able to achieve it within a couple of weeks. For anyone else, it would take years of dedicated training." Stark, who had been silently listening, let out a sigh of relief and frustration. "So, it's not something I can achieve anytime soon?" Miss Amy turned her gaze to Stark, her eyes softening. Your efforts are commendable, but this training was originally built for Gustav to participate in alone. I don't think anyone else will be able to match his pace. Stark nodded, accepting her words. All right, I understand. Gustav still looked troubled. But how do I improve on maintaining it for longer? Miss Amy smiled gently. You must continue to activate it as many times as possible. The more you use it, the longer you will be able to sustain the transformation. It will take time, but with your determination, I have no doubt you will get it. Gustav took a deep breath. Thank you, Miss Amy. I'll keep working on it. For the next few hours, Gustav resumed his meditation, focusing on the alignment of his soul, mind, and body. Each attempt brought him closer to maintaining the golden state for longer periods. The brief moments of success fueled his determination, even as the strain of the process took its toll. Gustav's focus intensified with each session, and the intervals of golden transformation grew longer. The process was grueling, but he could feel himself getting more in tune with the cosmic energy that flowed through him. He wanted to test it out to see the capabilities of the golden body, but he still needed it to be maintained for longer first. As the days passed, Gustav began to notice subtle changes in his perception. The alignment of his soul, mind, and body felt more natural, as if they were becoming a single entity. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the temple, Gustav felt a surge of clarity. He sat cross-legged, his breathing steady and his mind calm. He visualized the triangle once more, each point representing an essential aspect of his being. With a deep breath, he focused on the convergence point, the moment of unity that would trigger the transformation. The yellow glow began to spread across his body, deepening into a rich shade of gold. Gustav concentrated on maintaining the flow of energy, adjusting and adapting as needed. For over 2 minutes, he held the golden state, his body radiating with an otherworldly light. The connection was strong, the alignment stable. He could feel the potential within him, the power that came with the 3-in-1 golden body. Stark watched in awe, sensing that Gustav had finally found the key to maintaining the transformation for longer. He remained silent, not wanting to disrupt the moment. As the golden glow persisted, Gustav felt a profound sense of peace and empowerment. He could perceive orbital bodies in space as his mind merged with constellations and stars like he was a part of them. It almost feels like I can be everywhere at once. What is this power? Gustav felt like taking it further and letting himself go. Chapter 1488 Power of the Golden Body. Chapter 1488 Power of the Golden Body. Author's note. Unedited chapter. Gustav's perception expanded, his mind traveling across the vast expanse of space. He could see stars and galaxies, their light twinkling like distant beacons. He felt the pull of distant worlds, each one a point of interest in the endless cosmos. His further pushed the spread of his being. Then, his mind focused on a familiar sight. The blue and green orb of Earth floated before him, its beauty magnified by his enhanced senses. Gustav's heart swelled with a mix of awe and nostalgia. He could see the continents, the oceans, and the swirling clouds that blanketed the planet. It was a sight that filled him with both pride and longing. I can see Earth from here, Gustav whispered to himself, astonished by the clarity and detail of his vision. But he wasn't content to merely observe. He wanted to feel the earth beneath his feet, to walk its lands once more. With a determined thought, he extended his astral form towards the planet, his consciousness traveling at a speed that defied comprehension. In an instant, he found himself hovering above Earth's surface, his astral form shimmering like a golden phantom. Gustav descended slowly, his feet touching down on familiar soil. He stood in the heart of a bustling city, its streets filled with people going about their daily lives. But no one noticed him. He was invisible, his presence undetectable to those around him. He marveled at the sights and sounds of the city, the hustle and bustle of everyday life continuing without interruption. He walked through the crowded streets, his astral form gliding effortlessly among the people. He saw children playing in a park, their laughter filling the air. He passed by a street musician, the melody of their guitar blending with the city's ambient noise. Every detail was vivid, every sound crystal clear. As he wandered, Gustav felt a deep connection to the world he had once called home. He moved through neighborhoods, each one filled with memories. He passed by old cafes and even saw the MBO tower. Gustav wondered what more the three-in-one golden body could do and tried to tap into other abilities. However, the strain was still immense, and eventually, Gustav felt himself slipping again. He instantly disconnected from Earth as the golden glow faded with his body reverting to its original state. He gasped for breath in exhaustion. "You did it," Stark said in admiration. "You held it for longer this time." Earth, in ES' apartment, the activities of the city outside provided a comforting background to the intimate setting inside. The room was warmly lit, casting a golden glow that highlighted the smooth, modern furnishings and the personal touches that made it feel like home. Elevra lay relaxed in ES' arms, her head resting on his chest. It was a rare moment of vulnerability from her, a side she only showed to him. "We need to figure out what to do about Rhea," Elevra said softly, breaking the comfortable silence. "I know they're using him as bait to lure Gustav out." EE nodded, his hand gently stroking her hair. "Yeah, it's clear as day. But this whole narrative about Gustav being a villain has gone on long enough. We have to clear his name." Elevra looked up at him, her eyes searching his face. "How?" "The entire universe believes he's a planet destroyer and the leader of the Gustavo Alliance." ES' gaze was steady. "I've documented all of Gustav's exploits since he went on the run. Every planet has saved, every act of heroism. We need to get this information out there. But more importantly, we need to figure out who's really running the Gustavo Alliance and bring back credible evidence that Gustav was never involved." Elevra sighed with her brow furrowing. "That won't be easy. I'll have to travel off-planet to track them down." "Anne." She hesitated, her usual confidence wavering. "I don't want to be so far from you." EE chuckled, a warm, reassuring sound. "There's that fragile side showing," he teased gently. "The side most people never get to see." Elevra pouted, a rare and endearing sight. "Don't make fun of me." EE pulled her closer, kissing the top of her head. "I'm not making fun of you. I'm just reminding you that it's okay for you to not act like you're Superman all the time. It's our job to make sure our friends are okay, and that includes Gustav and Rhea." She smiled softly, snuggling closer to him. "You're right." Their conversation shifted as their proximity deepened the connection between them. ES' hand moved from her hair to her cheek, tilting her face up so their eyes met. There was an unspoken understanding in his gaze, a promise of support and love. Slowly, he leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was gentle at first, a tender exploration that quickly grew more passionate. Elevra responded eagerly, her arms wrapping around his neck as she deepened the kiss. ES' hands roamed her back, pulling her even closer as their lips moved in perfect sync. Elevra's fingers threaded through his bushy hair, anchoring herself to him as the world outside faded away. The only thing that mattered was the here and now. They broke apart for a moment, both breathing heavily. EE looked into her eyes, his voice a whisper. "You're so beautiful." She smiled, her eyes shining with emotion. "You're beautiful too, EE. That makes me feel girly. It's okay for you to not act like Superman all the time." She repeated EE words to him, causing both of them to chuckle in response. Their lips met again, more urgently this time. ES' hands found the hem of her shirt, sliding under the fabric to touch her warm skin. Elevra gasped softly at the sensation, her body arching into his touch. The kiss deepened, a fiery exchange that left them both breathless. EE guided her gently onto her back, his body covering hers as they continued to kiss. The world outside ceased to exist, leaving only the two of them in their bubble of love and desire. ES' lips left hers, trailing kisses down her neck and collarbone. Elevra moaned softly, her hands gripping his shoulders as he worshipped her with his mouth. Every touch, every kiss, was a promise of his love and devotion. Author's note: you'll know what happens next, so let's skip this. 1 hour later, eventually, they lay tangled together, unclad underneath the sheets. Their heavy breathing slowed as the intensity ebbed. East held Elevra close, his fingers gently tracing patterns on her skin. Elevra nestled against him, her head resting on his chest once more. "Well, find a way," murmured, his voice filled with determination. "Well, clear Gustav's name and save Rhea." Elevra nodded, her eyes drifting closed. "I know we will. Together." Kissed the top of her head, a smile playing on his lips. Together. Back on planet Aegon, the surroundings had returned to their serene state. The sky was a stunning gradient of purples and blues, the air was crisp and fragrant, and the landscape was a verdant paradise. Gustav and Stark sat on a grassy knoll, surrounded by a feast brought by Silithiel. The spread was vast, featuring succulent meats, vibrant fruits, and a variety of dishes that delighted the senses. Silithiel stood nearby, her presence adding to the surreal atmosphere. "Miss Amy would always speak so fondly of you, Lord Gustav," she said with a soft smile. "She was incredibly proud of your achievements and always knew you would surpass any challenge set before you." Gustav paused, a piece of fruit halfway to his mouth. "She talked about me that much?" "All the time," Silithiel confirmed. "She even mentioned some incidents, and one of them was when your little thumb—" "Stop. I think you've said enough," Gustav voiced with a wry smile. "How could she tell them about that? Damn you, Miss Amy," Gustav cursed internally. Stark, wiping his mouth with a cloth, leaned back with a contented sigh. "This food is incredible. I've never tasted anything like it." Gustav nodded in agreement, but his thoughts were elsewhere. After finishing their meal, Gustav turned to Silithiel. "Do you have any idea where Miss Amy is? Like her real physical form?" Silithiel shook her head. "Our creator said she would reveal her location to you when the time was right. She instructed me to make sure you rest tonight. She will contact you when she's ready." Gustav let out a sigh of resignation. "All right. Thank you, Silithiel." As night fell, Gustav and Stark found themselves a comfortable spot to rest. The sky above was a display of twinkling stars, and the air was cool and refreshing. Gustav lay on his back, staring up at the heavens, while Stark was already snoring softly beside him. Achieving the 3-in-1 golden body is a major feat. You should be proud of yourself. It's just as rare as achieving cosmic superiority, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 1489 Warp Demolator Fragment. Chapter 1489 Warp Demolator Fragment. Author's note. Unedited chapter. Gustav closed his eyes, feeling the exhaustion in his bones. "I know, but I can't shake this feeling of unease. It's like something is brewing." "What makes you feel that way?" the system inquired. Gustav took a deep breath, trying to pinpoint the source of his anxiety. "I don't know. Maybe it's because nothing ever goes as planned. Every time I achieve something significant, it feels like a storm is waiting just around the corner." "That is understandable, goofball, given your experiences. But you've always risen to the challenge, haven't you?" Gustav nodded slightly. "Yes, but this feels different. There's a weight to it." "It might be because you have a year left to complete your 5-year quest," the system suggested. Gustav sighed deeply. "I hope that's all it is and nothing more. I can't shake this feeling." As he pondered, Stark approached. "Hey, man," Stark began, settling down beside him. "How are you holding up with the whole Angie situation?" Gustav's gaze darkened, and he took a deep breath. "I don't know, man. She's trapped in a dimension that threatens our plane, and it's governed by Falco's father." Stark's eyes widened. "Falco's father?" Gustav nodded gently. "Yes. Falco's father is the lord of that dimension. Angie is still trapped there even though we freed Falco, and it's been a nightmare trying to figure out how to get her back." Stark shook his head in disbelief. "I can't even imagine. How did you free Falco?" Gustav recounted the events with a somber tone. We visited Zelio's tower to gather information on how to get there so we can rescue both of them, but then things went in an entirely different route than we planned. Stark listened intently, his expression shifting from curiosity to shock and sympathy. He hadn't heard about the MBO-run INS with the half-dark and white being since they kept it under the wraps, but he was incredibly shocked that she could go toe-to-toe with the strongest mixed blood. And do you have plans to rescue her yet? Gustav clenched his fists, frustration evident in his voice. As much as I want to. It's not something I can just snap my fingers and be done with it. I have to put a lot of thought into everything I do, but I will definitely get her back one day. Stark placed a reassuring hand on Gustav's shoulder. You know I'll help in any way I can. Just say the word. Gustav managed a small, grateful smile. Thanks, Stark. I appreciate it. They sat in silence for a while, the weight of their conversation hanging in the air. Finally, Stark broke the silence. So, tell me more about what's been happening. What else have you faced since we last saw each other? Gustav leaned back, staring at the sky again. Where do I even begin? The night wore on as Gustav recounted more tales of his battles, his struggles, and the moments of victory that kept him going. Stark listened, absorbing every word, his admiration for Gustav growing with each story. They talked until the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, the sky shifting from deep blues to vibrant pinks and oranges. They were both powerful mixed bloods, so they could stay days without a wink of sleep. Gustav and Stark had a quick breakfast, exchanging a few words before Salethiel arrived to escort Gustav to another part of the structure for meditation. As they walked, Salethiel guided Gustav through a series of winding paths. The air grew cooler, and the environment changed to one of quiet tranquility. They arrived at a secluded area nestled within a grove of trees. The ground was covered in soft, moss-like grass, and a gentle stream flowed nearby, its water shimmering with a blue glow. The atmosphere was peaceful, almost sacred, providing an ideal environment for deep meditation. Miss Amy's projection materialized before Gustav. Good morning, kiddo, she greeted him. Morning, Miss Amy, Gustav replied, settling down cross-legged on the mossy ground. What exactly is the end goal here? I know achieving the 3-in-1 golden body is important, but the warp demolator has vanished. There's no chance of me getting to the stagnant citrus void now. Miss Amy smiled softly. There is a chance, Gustav. That is why you needed to achieve the 3-in-1 golden body. It's not over yet. Gustav's brow furrowed in curiosity. What do you mean? Follow me, Miss Amy instructed, her projection moving toward a hidden path partially obscured by the dense foliage. Gustav rose and followed her with an expression of curiosity. The hidden path led to a concealed door embedded within a rocky outcrop. Miss Amy's projection passed through it effortlessly, and Gustav pushed it open, stepping into a dimly lit chamber. As his eyes adjusted to the low light, he saw what appeared to be a containment field in the center of the room. Within it was a swirling, grayish sandy substance that seemed to pulse with a strange energy. Gustav's eyes widened in shock. Is that warp demolator? Miss Amy nodded. Yes, a fragment of it. I contained it here for you. This is your key to reaching the stagnant citrus void. The strange entity I met in the past, Miss Amy added, told me that you would need this, so I created it. Gustav's disbelief was visible. You created this for me? Miss Amy nodded. Yes, it was a challenging task, but the entity's instructions were clear. I knew I had to prepare you for this moment. Gustav's mind raced. Everything was beginning to make sense. So, that's why the NID directed me here. Precisely, Miss Amy said. But you still need to train your 3-in-1 golden body to maintain its form longer. Only then will you be ready to use the warp demolator. Gustav approached the containment field, examining the warp demolator fragment. The energy it radiated was proof that it was definitely the warp demolator. Unlike the usual size that would be swallowing planets up, this was just around the size of a building. Gustav nodded, understanding the gravity of the task before him. So, I need to master maintaining the 3-in-1 golden body for longer. Precisely, Miss Amy confirmed. Take your time, Gustav. Gustav took a deep breath and sat down before the containment field, closing his eyes to begin his meditation. The serene environment, coupled with the gentle sound of the nearby stream, helped him focus. He began the process of aligning his soul, mental form, and body, striving to achieve the perfect balance required for the 3-in-1 golden body. Hours passed as Gustav meditated, his body occasionally glowing with a faint golden hue. Each time he neared the transformation, he felt the intense connection to realms beyond human understanding, but maintaining it for more than 3 minutes proved challenging. Nevertheless, he persevered, driven by the need to reach the stagnant citrus void and uncover the answers he sought. As dusk settled over Aegon, Gustav felt a surge of energy within him. The golden glow enveloped his body, and this time, he held on to it for a few moments longer than before. Miss Amy's projection appeared once more, her expression proud. You're making significant progress, Gustav. Keep going. Gustav opened his eyes, the golden glow fading as he exhaled deeply. Thank you, Miss Amy. I'll keep at it until I've mastered it. The projection smiled warmly. I know you will. Rest now and regain your strength. Tomorrow is another day. Gustav nodded, feeling a sense of accomplishment despite the challenges ahead. The night passed uneventfully, and as dawn broke, Gustav rose with renewed determination. He continued his meditation, each session bringing him closer to maintaining the golden form for longer periods. The serene environment and Miss Amy's guidance were invaluable. By midday, Gustav had managed to sustain the 3-in-1 golden body for several minutes, feeling the immense power coursing through him. Falco, Endrik, and Ealdris worked diligently on Gustav's spacecraft. They were on a planet known as Verdantia, an emerald gem nestled in the far reaches of galaxies. Verdantia was a breathtaking world, teeming with life. Towering trees with leaves like shimmering jade, vines that glowed with an inner light, and flowers with petals that pulsed softly in the evening air. The inhabitants, the Verdantians, were a peaceful and wise race of plant people, their bodies adorned with vibrant foliage and bark-like skin. Hand me the plasma wrench, Ealdris said to Falco with his hand outstretched. He looked up at the majestic canopies above, their soft light casting a greenish hue over everything. This place is incredible, I assent it. Falco, with his hands deep inside an engine compartment, nodded. It sure is. Almost makes you forget why we're here. He glanced over at Endrik, who was securing some wiring near the ship's hull. How's it coming along, Endrik? Endrik frowned, concentrating on his task. Slow but steady. We need the ship in top condition if we're going to make it to wherever Rhea is being held. Ealdris sat back on his haunches, taking a moment to appreciate the lush surroundings. I've been thinking about that. Rhea could be back on Earth, or worse, he could be with the Alliance. Their plant-based technology seemed to seamlessly integrate with the spacecraft. As dawn broke on Verdantia, the planet awoke to a serene and beautiful morning. The vibrant plant life swayed gently with the breeze, and the bright sun cast a red glow over the verdant landscape. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of blooming vegetation and the sound of chirping creatures. Elder Thalon, a Verdantian, approached them, his eyes filled with wisdom and understanding. May the roots of Verdantia guide you on your journey. Falco handed over a bunch of credits. Thank you, Elder Thalon. Thalon smiled gently. Go now, and may you find what you seek. They boarded the spacecraft, the engines beaming to life. As they lifted off, they looked back at the beautiful planet to engrave its look into their mind before final departure. Suddenly, the sky began to darken unnaturally. The red hues of the morning were replaced by an eerie twilight. Endrik, Ealdris, and Falco exchanged worried glances, their senses heightened by the sudden shift. What's happening? Ealdris muttered, his multicolored eyes scanning the sky. Without warning, figures in dark robes descended from the sky, their forms silhouetted against the ominous clouds. They hovered above the ground with masks obscuring their faces. A loud, booming voice echoed across the landscape, amplified by some unseen force. "In the name of the Gustavo Alliance, we declare a takeover of Verdantia," the voice announced, sending shockwaves through the verdant fields. Endrick's eyes widened in shock. The Gustavo Alliance. Here! Falco clenched his fists, dark energy crackling around him. Such rubbish. "We have to interfere," Eldris nodded, his eyes glowing with the colors of the universe. "Let's do this." The three friends stepped off the spacecraft, ready to confront the intruders. The robed figures descended, their feet touching the ground as they spread out in a menacing formation. Each figure exuded an aura of power, unleashing their supernatural abilities as they spread about the surroundings. A couple of the robed figures landed before the trio. One was a tall being with shimmering scales. The figure's mask bore a star-shaped pattern, and its eyes glowed with a violet light. They don't seem like ordinary folks," the figure said internally as he noticed the strange aura all three of them exuded. The fact that they were also not native species rang a warning in his mind, but nevertheless they were the Gustavo Alliance. Anyone knew not to mess with them. "Surrender now, and your lives will be spared," the figure declared. Endrick stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "I'll offer you the same opportunity." "At least I gave you lots of chance." Tuhush tilde all of the figures charged forward in the next moment. Endrick's telekinetic abilities surged to life, a wave of force emanating from him and crashing into the robed figures. Several were thrown backward, smashing into trees and plant life behind. Falco launched himself into the fray, dark matter swirling around him like a storm. He conjured weapons of pure darkness, slicing through the air with deadly precision. He cut them down one after the other, painting the surroundings with blood as he mercilessly engaged them. One of the robed figures, a creature with wings and razor-sharp talons, met Falco's attack head-on, their own dark energy clashing with his. "You dare compete with my darkness?" Falco's eyes gleamed in annoyance as a burst of darkness radiated from his form. The eyes of the creature widened in utter disbelief as he turned around to flee. Unfortunately for him, before he could get far, Falco's darkness consumed him. In another area, Eldris' eyes glowed as he absorbed the colors from the surroundings, his body radiating with power. He targeted a group of robed figures, binding them with beams of multicolored light. The figures struggled against the bindings, their own abilities trying to break free. The leader of the robed figures, the multilimbed being, retaliated with a powerful blast of energy. Endrick countered with a telekinetic shield, the force of the impact causing the ground to tremble. "That's it," Endrick taunted. The robed leader's eyes narrowed. "You will regret defying the Gustavo Alliance. For people who claim to be under my brother's banner, you are extremely weak." Blink tilde Endrick vanished and reappeared behind the leader. With a thrust forward, a surge of telekinesis radiated with immense vigor, ramming into the back of the leader. Bam! He spat out blood as he spiraled across the air and half his robe got ripped. "How did he? I thought his power was just telekinesis." The leader was in disbelief. Endrick blinked again, appearing right above him and snapping his fingers. "Moon drop." The moment these words left his lips, the leader felt an insurmountable pressure. The robed figure unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each one powerful enough to level a building, and aimed them upwards. This helped him have enough time to evade its area of concentration as a burst of energy zoomed him towards the side at very quick pace. Boom! The moon drop descended on the surroundings, creating a huge crater as a burst of wind spread across the surroundings. The battle raged on, each side unleashing their full power. Endrick's telekinetic abilities allowed him to manipulate the environment, lifting boulders and hurling them at the robed figures. He wasn't just facing the leader alone, he was still rendering assistance in defeating the others since there were a lot of them. From a swirling vortex of luminescent energy high above the planet, a figure watched the fierce battle unfold below. The portal, shimmering with hues of violet and emerald, framed the scene like a celestial window. Through it, the cloaked observer could see the struggle between Falco, Endrick, Eldris, and the relentless forces of the Gustavo Alliance. The figure's eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of a dark hood, gleamed with admiration and anticipation. The powerful trio fought with a fluidity and ferocity that was mesmerizing. His lips curled into a smile beneath the mask. "That's our Lord's brother and his friends. This will be exciting," he murmured, his voice a low, reverent whisper. Chapter 1491 The Mysterious Interference. Chapter 1491 The Mysterious Interference. Author's note. Unedited chapter. The figure's eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of a dark hood, gleamed with admiration and anticipation. The powerful trio fought with a fluidity and ferocity that was mesmerizing. Falco, enveloped in an aura of darkness, wielded his abilities with brutal precision. His dark matter constructs materialized and dissipated with lethal efficiency, crushing his enemies with ease. Endrick, his form pulsing with telekinetic energy, manipulated the battlefield with invisible force, sending adversaries crashing into one another with mere gestures. Eldris, with his eyes reflecting all the colors of the universe, moved like a phantom, his abilities warping reality around him, weakening enemy attacks and binding foes in ethereal chains. The observer's lips curled into a smile beneath the mask. "That's our Lord's brother and his friends. This will be exciting," he murmured, his voice a low, reverent whisper. Clad in robes as dark as the void of space, the figure stepped to the edge of the portal. The fabric of his attire seemed to absorb the light around it, giving him an almost spectral appearance. He took a deep breath, feeling the thrill of the impending confrontation surge through him. With a swift, decisive movement, he leaped from the portal, his body slicing through the air like a falling star. As he descended, the wind whipped past him, his robes billowing out like wings. The ground rushed up to meet him at an alarming speed, but he remained unfazed. His descent was graceful yet enthralling. The trio continued their onslaught, unaware of the approaching figure. Falco conjured a massive, shadowy fist that slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves through the ranks of their enemies. Endrick, his hands glowing with telekinetic power, lifted a cluster of boulders and hurled them at an advancing group of foes, scattering them like leaves in a storm. Eldris, moving with supernatural speed, darted between enemies, delivering precise, debilitating strikes that left his opponents incapacitated. As the dark-cloaked figure neared the surface, he extended his arms with electric energy crackling around his fingertips. He landed with a resounding impact, a shockwave of power radiating from the point of contact. The ground beneath him cracked and buckled, and the members of the Gustavo Alliance nearest to his landing site were thrown off their feet. Falco was the first to notice the new arrival. He turned, his eyes narrowing as he took in the figure's appearance. "Who are you?" he demanded with a heavy tone. The figure straightened, his dark robes settling around him like a shroud. "Someone who finds great interest in the capabilities of our Lord's companions," he replied with a measured and calm tone. "You fight well, but let's see how you fare against a true challenge. Let's see if you three are truly worthy of being companions with our great Lord." It's King Darkus, whispers could be heard in the background from the Alliance members. "Who the hell is that?" Falco's eyes squinted in annoyance. "I don't know, but we really don't need another enemy right now, especially not a mysterious one," Eldris stated. The figure's chuckles sent chills across the surroundings. "I am not here as your enemy, not directly," he said. "But consider this a test. A demonstration of your true strength." With that, electric arcs began to fizzle around the figure, causing the surroundings to buzz in an electric manner. Every single metal in the surroundings began to surge as well, as electric arcs swam around them reacting to this figure. "I will retract the troops if you take me down," he stated with a smirk underneath his mask. "Get lost." Falco surged forward as dark tendrils phased out of him. However, before he could get close, a paralyzing wave of lightning arcs burst forth from the figure, flying out in every direction. "Dodge!" Endrick yelled to the others while blinking. Falco created a block of dark matter around him, but to his surprise, the electricity phased through and hit him squarely in the chest. Bam! Falco got sent flying across the air as his body vibrated intensely from the hit. Hundreds of millions of volts permeated his body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Endrick had appeared hundreds of feet above the air while Ealdris had managed to make it past the range of the attack. I may have forgotten to add that my power phases through any physical restraint. The figure spoke with a tone of confidence. Endrick seemed to have sensed this earlier, which was why he yelled for everyone to dodge instead of trying to guard against it. Unfortunately, Falco was unaware that this was going to be the case. Fuhuwai tilde the figure sent an electric whip at Endrick in mid-air, causing it to phase through a portal and appear directly around Endrick's neck. The electric whip was about to completely wrap around Endrick's throat when he blinked again. Tui tilde he appeared directly behind the figure while closing his fist. His telekinesis wrapped around the figure, trapping him in place while Ealdris shot forward with intensity, aiming a well-placed uppercut at his jaw. Bang! The moment Ealdris made contact, a jolt of electricity surged through his body, sending him flying as well. Half of the figure's mask broke while Ealdris rammed into multiple trees as he felt his innards getting electrocuted. Oops, the figure muttered while blood leaked out the side of his face. Ealdris! Endrick yelled while proceeding to raise the figure high up with telekinesis and ram him into the ground. Bam! Endrick didn't stop there. He pushed the figure forward, slamming him into multiple trees and dragging him across the place with telekinesis. All of a sudden, the figure's eyes emitted a purplish glow as the electric arcs around his body turned purple. Endrick had an ominous feeling and blinked at this moment, arriving high up in the sky. A streak of purple lightning suddenly emerged from the clouds, aiming for him. Pa! Endrick snapped his finger, forming stacks of multiple telekinetic barriers before himself. The purple lightning phased through them all, but he managed to blink once more, evading its strike before it got to him. The figure on the ground, who had gotten free from Endrick's telekinetic bind, jumped backwards upon noticing that Ealdris and Falco had been freed from the paralyzing effect. Impressive, he mused while deflecting a particularly powerful strike from Falco. With a surge of power, the figure expanded a glow of purple energy across the surroundings, enveloping the trio in a swirling vortex of lightning arcs. The lightning arcs didn't harm them but trapped them in place momentarily. "Very well," he said, a note of grudging respect in his voice. "You three are indeed formidable. You pass, and as a token of good faith, this planet will not be taken today." With a final, powerful burst of purplish energy, the figure leaped back into the air. Every single Gustavo Alliance member that was still alive followed suit. The portal above shimmered and closed after they all disappeared through it. Falco, Endrick, and Ealdris stood amidst the wreckage with heavy breaths. "Who was that?" Ealdris asked as his eyes glowed with residual power. Endrick shook his head. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I have a feeling we'll be seeing him again." Back on planet Aegon, Gustav stood in the training chamber Miss Amy had created for him. Miss Amy's projection hovered nearby, watching over him with a calm expression. "Remember, Gustav, everything is amplified in the 3-in-1 golden body state. When you tap into a singular ability, its feats will be astronomical." Gustav nodded with his body beginning to glow with a faint yellow hue. "It's just like old times, Miss Amy. Only this time, you're not here physically." Miss Amy's projection smiled warmly. "Indeed, but my guidance is always with you, no matter the distance." Gustav focused, his body gradually shifting from yellow to a low shade of gold. He felt a surge of power coursing through him, each of his abilities straining against their usual limits. The sensation was exhilarating and terrifying at the same time. He clenched his fists, feeling the raw energy pulsing within him. As he tried to maintain the state, the golden hue intensified, his skin almost glowing with a metallic sheen. He could feel the connection between his soul, mental form, and body solidifying. The room around him seemed to blur as his perception expanded beyond its usual boundaries. For a brief moment, he felt invincible, capable of bending more than just reality to his will. Minutes later, the golden glow dimmed, and Gustav's body reverted to its original form. He staggered as fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. He dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. Well done, Gustav, Miss Amy's voice echoed through the chamber. You held the state longer this time. You're getting closer. Gustav wiped the sweat from his brow with a determined look in his eyes. It's still not enough, Miss Amy. I need to maintain it longer. Miss Amy's projection moved close with a look of encouragement. You will, but you've already made incredible progress as expected. Gustav rose to his feet as his muscles ached from the strain. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Miss Amy, where are you physically? Why can't I sense you? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,